Senate will come out of recess. I call the Senate to order. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Good morning, Senators. Let's pray. Your word tells us, Lord, that you are never far in times of trouble, and we've walked through some difficult seasons and difficult times, and we're grateful that you haven't been far from us. You also promise that when we are feeling like life is too heavy and our assignment gets too heavy, that you give us strength, and we are grateful for that. We're also told that you give us wisdom when we don't know what to do, and in these challenging times, oftentimes we come up short with answers, and we turn to you, Lord, asking for your wisdom and your guidance. For that, we're grateful that you give it graciously and liberally. Lord, sometimes our hearts are troubled, and you offer us peace, and so we ask that your peace would continue to guide our hearts and soothe our hearts when our hearts are troubled. We are so grateful for our senators. They need your strength, they need your wisdom, and they need your peace. God, I pray today that you would give it abundantly to them. We're grateful for their service to the state of New Hampshire and to the people of New Hampshire. God, I pray a blessing over them. This we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Senator Sherman, will you lead us in the pledge? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Any introduction of guests? The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the passage of the following entitled bill with an amendment and passage of which amendment the House asks the concurrence of the Senate. Senate Bill 17, relative to permitting dogs in outdoor dining areas of restaurants.
Senator French moves that the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 17. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate concurs with the House. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Without objection, the following bill is special ordered to the next session. In Commerce, Senate Bill 384. Senator Bradley moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FM bills not waived on the Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 217, an act relative to eviction notices, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Morning again, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 217 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would have expanded the minimum amount of notice needed for renovation or sales related to evictions from 30 days to 90 days for a tenant in a house or an apartment that was owned by a landlord. The committee amendment increased the eviction notice for these certain circumstances that I just mentioned to 60 days, dropping it from the proposed 90 days. We felt this was a reasonable compromise, and I want to thank our colleague from Portsmouth for being willing to compromise on this bill, because we felt that given the extraordinarily low vacancy rate of less than 1% across the state now, and the high price of apartments and housing in general, that it's very difficult for somebody to find alternative housing with the threat of an eviction. We kept the 30-day eviction notice in effect if the dwelling unit required repairs that could not be performed while a tenant remained in the residence, if repairs were for the health and safety of the tenant or tenants, or if repairs were required to prevent the deterioration of dwelling unit or units. The Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 217. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Perkins Cuoco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of SB 217 and the ought to pass amendment motion as the prime sponsor. I just want to also thank my colleagues for Commerce for working on a bipartisan solution to this bill. I hope it will give individuals and families already facing a dire situation just a little bit more time. And I know that Senator Bradley and I continue to work on the real problem of long-term housing supply, but in the meantime, this measure seems important. I encourage the body to support the ought to pass amendment on SB 217. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Cuoco. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 217. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 232, an act relative to the permissible uses of school district contingency fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 232, inexpedient to legislate. This bill attempted to clarify the uses of funds retained in the school district contingency fund by amending RSA 198-4-D to address funds on hand as a revenue source for emergency expenditures. The committee heard testimony on how this bill would undo legislative changes made during the 2020 session to afford school districts flexibility by expanding the allowable uses of these funds and increasing the allowable percentage retained from 2.5% to 5%. The current law allows voters to decide how these funds can be spent. The bill would ultimately limit the allowable uses of contingency funds by local school districts. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 232. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 232. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 233 FN, an act relative to water bottle filling stations in schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Prentiss for the committee.
Senator Prentiss.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 233 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires newly constructed public schools and public schools undergoing substantial renovations to incorporate water bottle filling stations to increase access to drinking water on school property. The bill also enables school districts to allow bringing water bottles into the classroom. The committee heard testimony on the importance of hydration to keep children healthy and support academic performance. The bill was amended in committee to remove the requirement of schools to allow water bottles in the classroom. However, schools may allow water bottles in the classroom. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 233. FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment 0414S, and I thank Senator Prentiss for co-sponsoring this floor amendment with me. This floor amendment clears up some of the changes that we made as a committee amendment, and there are no changes to what Senator Prentiss said the bill does with amendment.
Senator Hennessy moves floor amendment 0414S. Has already spoken to her amendment. The question is on the discussion of the amendment. Seeing none, you ready for the vote? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Seeing none, you ready for the question? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 233. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 234, an act requiring student identification cards to include the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 234 ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires student identification cards for public schools and institutions of higher education to include the telephone number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. The bill was amended in committee to only reference the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline on student identification cards, instead of listing multiple mental health support lines on the card. This bill does not require schools to have student identification cards. However, if a school already issues them, they must add the National Suicide Prevention Hotline to the card. This bill is a simple, straightforward way to help students access critical help during times of crisis. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 234. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 234. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 236, an act establishing a committee to study New Hampshire teacher shortages and recruitment incentives. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Khan for the committee.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 236 ought to pass. This bill establishes a committee to study New Hampshire's teacher shortages and recruitment incentives. While teacher shortages have existed before the COVID pandemic, this shortage has been exacerbated by the stress teachers and schools have faced during the pandemic. In 2020, of the 54 endorsement areas surveyed by the New Hampshire Department of Education through the superintendents in each school district, it's known that 50 endorsements of those 54 were deemed to be critical shortage areas. New Hampshire needs creative solutions to this critical teacher shortage problem. This type of study has been conducted by at least 20 other states. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 236. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 352, an act relative to substitute teacher criminal history records check. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Khan for the committee.
Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 352 ought to pass. This bill permits substitute teachers who have undergone a criminal history records check to be eligible to work at different schools within the same school administrative unit without undergoing an additional records check. Through collaboration with the Department of Safety, who administers the background checks, the Department of Education, who facilitates the checks, and the stakeholders, this bill aims to streamline the background check process while prioritizing child safety. This bill is a good compromise, as school districts are currently struggling to find qualified substitute teachers to fill short-term teacher vacancies. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 352. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. Motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 352. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 420 FNAL, an act establishing an extraordinary need grant for schools. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 420 FNAL ought to pass. This bill establishes an ongoing extraordinary need education funding grant. This bill will allow additional funding to go to the neediest of our schools throughout the state based on a town's property equalized valuation per pupil eligible to receive free and reduced lunch. This extraordinary need grant is set up as an ongoing grant in addition to the adequacy aid and the ongoing $35 million in relief aid we added to the budget last year. This bill would send additional funding to the towns on top of what was accomplished in the budget, an additional $14.7 million for school year 22-23. These grants are intended to provide consistency and stability for school districts. Therefore, they will not be limited to one-time use. The towns qualifying for this extraordinary need grant can be found in the fiscal note of this bill. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 420 FNAL. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Khan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank my colleague from Senate District 1 for bringing this bill forward and recognizing the additional needs that our school districts have, particularly those 119 districts that qualify for the funding in this bill. As she's already noted, this funding is going to districts that have a lower property valuation and a higher poverty rate in their student body. So it is useful, and one would want to wonder, is it useful enough? And if you look at our Education Committee hearing on this, the Senator and I had a conversation about that question. Is this enough? At $300 per student on average, it may not be. We would probably then leave to the Finance Committee that question. Is $14 million over 100 half of the students in the state, if is that number, like 80,000 students, is that an adequate dollar amount? I'll leave that to the Finance Committee. I think there's another consideration to be had with the Finance Committee, and that is, what is the position of the Education Trust Fund as projected for fiscal 23? Based on the hearings that were held last week, it seems that we'll be very close to emptying the Education Trust Fund by the end of fiscal 23 because of over spending or underestimating other costs, in particular for the education freedom accounts. As that drives down to zero, the Finance Committee will need to consider what's been done in the past, which is to use general revenue funds to support the legislature's priorities for education funding. And once that consideration is made, I hope that the committee will also be open to considering testimony as to whether the $14 million here is sufficient to recognize the needs of districts with lower capacity to provide the opportunities for their students and the kind of additional need that's required to help support those additional opportunities for low-income families. I want to again say I support this and hope that we can come back and have a further discussion based on the Finance Committee's recommendation as to whether to add additional funds to the Extraordinary Needs Program. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 420. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 319, an act requiring students in the university and community college systems of New Hampshire to pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Service Civics Naturalization Test. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 5-0. Senator Khan for the committee.
Senator Khan.
Oh, no. Senator Khan's got to find his notes. Or he's going to need to wing it, which you won't like. Thank you, Mr. President, for that extra time. I move House Bill 319 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would require university system and community college system students to pass the 2020 version of the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Naturalization Test as a graduation requirement. Public and written testimony on HB 319 raises concerns regarding test versions, the public domain of the answers to questions, and the varying ways to approach civic education at the collegiate level. Additionally, following the passage of HB 320 from this past legislative session, New Hampshire high school students are now required to complete this test prior to graduation anyway. The Education Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 319. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I quote from Benjamin Franklin, one of the authors of the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the 1783 Treaty of Paris. And he said, "A nation of well-informed men who have been taught to know and prize the rights which God has given them cannot be enslaved. It is in the region of ignorance that tyranny begins." A recent survey by the American Council of Trustees and Alumni of over 1,100 liberal arts colleges and universities found that only 18% requires students to take even one survey course in American history or government before they graduate. In this country, where freedom depends on an educated populace, we now have incontrovertible evidence of the widespread ignorance of our history, our founding documents, and our institutions of government. An annual survey by the Newseum Institute gives point to the alarm. When asked to identify the rights guaranteed by the First Amendment, 1/3 of Americans could not name a single right. 43% could not even name freedom of speech as one of the rights. More than half of college graduates didn't know how we amend our Constitution. Almost 60% failed to identify any of the requirements for ratifying a constitutional amendment. Almost 40% of college graduates didn't know that Congress has the power to declare war. Half of college graduates didn't know that senators are elected to 6-year terms and representatives to 2-year terms. Less than half of college graduates knew that presidential impeachments are tried before the U.S. Senate. And astoundingly, 10% of college graduates marked that Judith Sheindlin, Judge Judy, was on the U.S. Supreme Court. In response to the concerns that are expressed, I asked the following question. Since when did it become controversial to require a college graduate to have a working knowledge of the foundations of our freedom and our institutions of government? Since when is it an onerous requirement that over a period of 4 years to acquire a degree, a free exam open to anyone online is a burden? It can be taken as many times as a student needs to reach an acceptable 80% level of competency. Does anyone in this chamber not believe that knowing how our system of government works and understanding the principles and provisions of our Declaration and Constitution are essential to preserving our freedom? Graveyards around the world mark the final resting places of brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters who gave their lives in defense of the principles of freedom upon which our nation was built, and without the perpetuation of which our democratic republic cannot survive. The desire for freedom isn't unique to Americans, it's inherent in the soul of every human being, so much so that people across the world who thirst for freedom cross oceans and deserts to come to these United States. To then become citizens and enjoy the rights and privileges of this nation, they must take and pass the exam that's the subject of this legislation. If any of you have ever attended the ceremony granting citizenship to immigrants, you know the pride they reflect in being an American citizen. They weep with joy, they laugh with elation, and they are radiant in the knowledge of their newborn status. They are proud to be Americans. Why on earth would we not expect our college graduates to know what is necessary to protect and perpetuate our precious birthright of freedom? This bill honors the sacrifices of those killed defending that freedom both here and abroad. It ensures that our citizens are equipped with the knowledge to perpetuate our cherished freedoms and oppose the tyranny that can only take root in the ignorance of a nation's citizens. In a much celebrated speech, late President Ronald Reagan spoke these words of warning. Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States where men were free. Please vote to sustain our freedom for future generations. Please defeat this ITL motion so that I can introduce a subsequent motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 319. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator Khan.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to just review this again, notwithstanding anything that our colleague from Senate District 2 has presented to us about our rights and our responsibilities in a democracy and protecting the freedoms and liberties and creating a participative opportunities and participation in government. A couple of years ago, we were here in this body when our colleague from Manchester introduced a civics requirement into our statutes in 193E. 193E sets the requirements for high school graduation. And it's extensive, what we require for high school graduation. That has now made it into administrative rules. We now have that requirement in all of our schools and public schools in New Hampshire. And now, as a result of our last legislative session, we have what was House Bill 320. And House Bill 320 assures that every high school graduate in the state of New Hampshire will pass this same test that we are asking in 319 to require of college students. So there's a great number of our students that attend our colleges and universities in the state of New Hampshire that already have passed this requirement. And think about the community college system for a second. Nearly all of their students are New Hampshire college graduates, so presumably all of them have passed this test. A good chunk, probably 60% of our university system students are from in-state and also have. But let's review back to the 193E education statutes that govern New Hampshire schools. There is no comparable 193E for colleges and universities that defines the substantive education program for an adequate education. Nothing in our statutes does that. So this is not just a question about the citizenship test, which most students in our colleges and universities have already passed. This is breaking a precedent. Take, for instance, the guiding statutes that guide the creation of our public college and university systems. And it says, the General Court recognizes the need to protect the institutions of the community college system and the university system from inappropriate external influences which might threaten the academic freedom of faculty members or otherwise inhibit the pursuit of academic excellence. To this end, the General Court has delegated broad authority to the Board of Trustees, who are responsible for managing the community college system and the university system of New Hampshire in a manner which promotes academic excellence and serves the educational needs of the people of New Hampshire. We have stated in statute that it is the Board of Trustees who have that responsibility to manage. There is no compulsory education in college. There is that our compulsory education guidance ends with a high school graduation. And then finally, Mr. President, I just point out this bill does something that we know in good legislative practice. Don't link legislation to something that is likely to change. And this legislation is linked to a 2020 test, which was experimented with for a short time and since April has not been administered by the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service. So for all those reasons, Mr. President, I think that the committee has made the proper recommendation, and with all due respect to my colleague, I think the inexpedient to legislate recommendation is appropriate in this instance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 319. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard. Seconded by Senator Gannon. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
What am I doing? Put him no. Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
I think she said that. Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan. No. Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman. Senator Morse.
No. The motion's been defeated 10-14. Senator Gaida for a motion.
Mr. President, I move House Bill 319 ought to pass.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 319. Further discussion. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I sit to speak in opposition to the ought to pass motion. Surely all in this body agree with the words of the senator from District 2 about our love for our democracy and our value for its continuation. And yet I find that this bill creates so many difficulties. First, it is an unfunded mandate for the colleges and universities that requires this instruction necessary, any instruction necessary. And, I will say that there are contractual relations with faculty in our systems, and I'm not really sure whether that negotiation would go very well in adding additional duties. I'd also like to note that I was on a meeting yesterday of the New Hampshire delegation to the New England Board of Higher Education. And part of the conversation there was that there is a lot on the plate of higher education in this state. There are demographic challenges, there are COVID challenges, there are hiring and retention challenges, there are reorganizational challenges. And isn't it time to perhaps let the systems deal with these issues rather than to add more to them? And I'll say something else as a lifelong educator. I like to think that the classes I gave or the information I imparted made a lasting impression on my student. And then I've always remembered, well, how many of my college professors can I even remember their name, let alone what was the content of the course? And I almost think that the problem here is that we'd have to add a provision to the bill that says that then the students should not forget what they have learned. And isn't that part of the issue about democracy? It's an ongoing practice. It has to live. It isn't just some facts that can be checked off at 80% on a test or some documents that can be read and then forgotten. And I dare say that if you surveyed a lot of the folks over the last year who, cross the political range, pick your issue or pick your event in which you think somebody was doing something as an egregious assault on the principles of our democracy, and then survey those folks and see if they knew the content of the First Amendment or anything else, and what kind of answers that you would get from them. I don't know. I wish that that there was a prescription to the crisis that our democracy may be facing. I'm not sure that this is the medicine that is needed right now, and it certainly is going to create some problems. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Further discussion. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the ITL motion. And I ask my colleagues to digest what Senator Waters just said, because I think it's an imperative. It's an imperative that we recognize the value of his comments. The value of his comments. They're very, very significant. I did sponsor the civics bill a number of years ago. I had great difficulty getting that bill passed. Great difficulty getting that bill passed. It took session after session after session to get it passed. And why did I think the civics bill was so important? because I was a civics teacher at the high school level. And I tried to impart to my students the fact that they were part of a democracy, they should participate in the democratic process, and as a result of that, become good citizens. Didn't take a test to prove that. Now, my grandparents were naturalized American citizens, okay? They received the benefits of this great country and did good things for this great country. Our college and university students don't have to pass a test. What they have to do is perform. And that performance will be measured over the years by the fact that this democracy has been sustained, this democracy has been improved, and they are participants in the democratic process. They vote, they run for public office, they participate, they have good families, and they present good family values. These are the things I think we should emphasize. That's the purpose of civics education. We don't need a test at the post-secondary level. What we need is participation in the democratic process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 319. Senator Gannon.
Me? I do not think that having to memorize a few things is unduly burdensome. I think if the kids learned it in high school and they need to practice again, as Senator D'Alessandro recognized, we both shared a common friend, Father Finbar, and he said, practice, practice, practice. So if it takes our local kids a second time to review this material, which I think is very important, then I think it's not a big burden, not an onerous tax to watch a few videos and learn a little about America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no unfunded mandate in this bill. Zero. The test is free, can be taken as many times as possible with zero interaction with the college. None. It is a requirement for a student seeking a diploma, so there's no unfunded mandate. As well, given the fact we give $180 million a biennium to the university system. This is not an unfunded mandate. Contracts, this has no impact whatsoever. There's no teaching requirement whatsoever on the part of the college. This does not affect contracts. Challenges, look around our nation and our state. We have challenges, okay? And I am not concerned about any so-called challenges that this bill will bring to the college systems of New Hampshire because there aren't any. Value. What is the value of a citizen who understands and knows, okay, the rules of the game under which we live, as opposed to the value of those who do not? And based on every survey that we have seen, we have a very serious, potentially lethal lack of knowledge on our system of government. If we want to be good citizens and define that as paying our taxes, not getting speeding tickets, raising a family, doing a job, you can move to Red China and do that, my friends. This nation depends on the active, knowledgeable participation of its citizens to perpetuate the freedoms with which we have been blessed. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I ask you to support the motion ought to pass.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sad in a way that we even have to discuss this. I have looked at the requirements, those 28 questions, and I realized how comprehensive that test was. There are a lot of things in that I would say most of our youth today haven't a clue what the answers are to those things. If nothing else, just looking at them and going through it, I think that we're going to have a much better, we have an informed citizenry who has some idea about how our government works. And for that reason, I will vote for the ought to pass.
Thank you, Senator Ward. Senator Soucy with a question of? Senator Waters, will you take the question?
Senator, are you aware of any other state or any other institution of higher learning that requires such a graduation requirement?
No, I am not. And, you know, I think that when we look at the public universities, which, you know, go back to the original act that founded them, to improve our education and our citizenship, that the belief was that a liberal art and open and free education was what the country needed rather than just a test. I do recall the phrase "the letter killeth," and I think that it's not just a few videos. You go look at the tests, and I've taken it. You see what the questions are, and a lot of them seem awfully irrelevant in some ways, or strange, but there it is. I think I have other worries as well as the way our college and universities function. The consequences of perhaps failing to pass this: would a student or student athlete lose their scholarship eligibility if they had to stay, if they had to continue, and would they be able to get their job? I mean, and there are reasons why people fail tests, not that they don't know the material. There's really hardly any provision here to recognize that some folks are going to need assistance of certain kinds, or that this kind of test taking will create difficulties for people with disabilities. And you know, it does say here, maybe try to accommodate or find ways to administer it, and so on and so forth. There'll be consequences, and I think that's why no other state has implemented such a requirement. Thank you for your question.
Senator Avod with a question.
District 2.
Senator Gaida.
Senator, if the no other states do this, when we pass this, if we do pass this, do you think this will encourage others to take on the?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Currently, I believe 17 states have requirements to pass a civics exam as a qualification for matriculating from college, and the numbers are growing. We're finding that parents are actually starting to prefer a college which requires its graduates to understand the rules of the road for the nation in which we live. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Senator Khan.
Mr. President, I am surprised we are this far down the road in debating this question. What is required for citizenship in this country is to pass 20 questions out of the 2008 test. And we're going to require our college students to test on 128 questions on a test that isn't given by Immigration and Naturalization Service. That is, and it's just kind of silly. Second, in the debate, not even the debate, is that this motion was presented by Representative Moffitt, who introduced this. As he presented this to the Senate Education Committee, he said, students should know fundamentals, know what a warrant article is and what a quorum is. Find those two questions among the 128. I don't think they're there. Is this what's going to teach our students about participation in government? Do we test again when they're 24 or 26 years old as a right to vote? I mean, how many times are we going to request citizens of our state to continue to test in order to prove knowledge and awareness of what it is to be a citizen in a participative government? I think that we are going down a path that maybe is going to look good on somebody's re-election record that you've checked off the box. But in terms of getting to some place of greater literacy about participation in government, we're getting an F in this chamber today. This will teach nothing to our future voters, and even the voters that we have, that it's just not a good place to be going for a whole variety of reasons. And I still recommend that this body vote against the motion of ought to pass. And maybe the most appropriate motion here today is to table this so that we can have more conversations about this before we vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 319. Senator Guida requests a roll call, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted 14 to 10. It's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 200, an act relative to the election of district commissioners in Haverhill. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 200 ought to pass. This bill allows the town of Haverhill to expand the number of elected district commissioners from 3 to 5. This bill will allow for a more inclusive perspective and input when important decisions for the community need to be made. The towns of Merrimack and Hooksett have already enacted this change. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 200. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 200. Ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 242, an act relative to the disqualification of certain persons from performing the duties of an election official. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 242 ought to pass. This bill revises the circumstances under which certain persons are disqualified from performing certain duties of an election official. Many municipalities across the state have difficulty finding people to work at the polls on election day. One reason for this is the restrictions found in RSAs 658-24 and 659-58, which prohibits any candidate from office from performing election duties. This legislation amends 658-24 and 659-58 to say candidates running for a position of election official may perform election duties but may not handle marked ballots or count votes. In addition, the moderator may assign any election official disqualified pursuant to these RSAs to other duties not related to the tabulation of vote. These small changes will help take some of the burden off election officials during a very busy time. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 242. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 242. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 364, an act relative to the use of electronic poll books. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Perkins Quokka for the committee.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 364 ought to pass. This bill extends the time requirement for the markup of a backup checklist in the use of electronic poll books. The time that election officials have to back up the electronic poll book to paper will extend from 10 minutes to 30 minutes. After a thorough e-poll book pilot program, the General Court enacted a permanent electronic poll book program last year. After being in effect for several municipal and special elections this year, the local clerks and election officials felt this small change was needed for them to keep the paper checklist as up-to-date as possible. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass for SB 364. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Quokka. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 364. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 395, an act relative to broadband matching grant initiative. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 395 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, allows municipalities and cell phone service providers to apply for broadband matching grant funds to upgrade local cell phone service to support broadband and other advanced communication services. Similar to the broadband in many areas in New Hampshire, cell phone service is underserved and unserved and underserved, especially in the most rural where low population and topography make significant infrastructure investments by service providers difficult. Cell phone service reliability or lack thereof can affect public safety, economic development, and the health of the community. For many, a smartphone user may be the only source of internet that they have. Passage of this legislation will help fund needed upgrades. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on SB 395. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 395. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 256, an act establishing a committee to study the feasibility of replacing the Site Evaluation Committee. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is ought to pass with a vote of 4-0. Senator Guida for the committee.
Senator Guida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 256 ought to pass. The bill establishes a committee to study the potential of removing the Site Evaluation Committee as New Hampshire's main energy facility siting entity and replacing it with an Office of Energy Siting within the newly formed Department of Energy. The Public Utilities Commission will act as the final adjudicative body. A recent study committee found that the Site Evaluation Committee has several inefficiencies that need to be addressed. The committee will study the current structure, process, authority, funding, and functions of the SEC, as well as the structure, process, authority, funding, and function of public bodies that oversee energy siting in other states, the role of the Department of Energy in any future energy siting process in New Hampshire, and the ability of the PUC to assume the adjudicative functions of energy siting. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 256. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guida. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 256. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 267 FNA, an act establishing Upland Invasive Species Program, Program Fund, Program Coordinator in the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Guida for the committee.
Senator Guida.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 267 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes the Upland Invasive Species Program, the Program Fund, and a Program Coordinator in the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. There is an increasing need to combat the explosive growth of invasive species that threaten New Hampshire's environment. Senate Bill 267 FNA will appoint a coordinator who will be responsible for working in conjunction with local municipalities to identify invasive species. The Department of Environmental Security has a well-coordinated aquatic invasive species program. However, we have no such program for land-based invasive species. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 267 FNA. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Guida. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Gannon.
Thank you for taking my question. I've watched in other states where they've tried to battle invasive trees, invasive snakes down in Florida. I've seen no success. I've seen them, from the early 20th century trying to drain the big lake and their failures. And is there any likelihood of success with a program like this? I've never seen battles with invasive species be successful, but maybe I'm off.
Thank you for the question, Senator. At present, we have no way of combating other than sporadic local efforts and the Department of Transportation, which will take care of or attempt to take care of invasive species along the state's highways. But anyone that drives any roads around the state, and you look at bittersweet, a vine that grows and literally strangles trees, kills forests. You look at Japanese knotweed. It's in ditches and blocking views in many intersections and so forth. So the purpose of this bill is obviously to put a coordinator in place and to establish a system. Many of the measures that are taken will be natural measures, planting shrubs or trees that combat these other species, or introducing perhaps insects that are predatory on these particular invasive species. As far as effectiveness, if we do nothing, the problem is going to proliferate to the point that is going to affect, I think, the economics of the state in the long run. And so I can't guarantee success, but I think it deserves attention.
Further discussion. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 267. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be in recess for 2 minutes. Senate will come out of recess. I want to thank the senators for shortening their lunch break. That was great. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 227 FN, an act relative to death benefits for first responders who die from suicide. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is re-referred to interim study by a vote of 4-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask the body to vote down the committee recommendation of interim study so that I can offer an amendment and a subsequent motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is referred to interim study. Is there any discussion? Ready for the question? You're voting on refer to interim study. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. That must have been a great lunch. Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 227 FN be voted ought to pass as amended. This bill aims to include suicide under the definition of killed in the line of duty when considering eligibility for death benefits of first responders, and includes language that death by suicide shall be considered a work-related cause. As we know, first responders are crucial to ensuring public safety and health. The CDC reports that occupational stress in first responders is associated with an increased risk of mental health issues. During emergencies, disasters, pandemics, and other crises, stress among first responders can be magnified. The Department of Corrections reported studies that show 54% of corrections officers and 35% of police officers have signs of post-traumatic PTSD, while the rate for the PSTD for the general population is only at 6%. Considering the significance of the subject matter, I ask that you please support the motion of ought to pass as amended and allow for this important issue to go forward. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right, let's slow down a bit. The first motion is ought to pass. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Carson.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer amendment number 0454S, and may I speak to the amendment?
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 0454S. May speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment has only one change into it, and it adds in correction officers. During testimony, we received testimony from the Department of Corrections that they would like to have correction officers put into, along with police officers, firefighters, emergency medical technicians, rescue squad members. The committee agreed that that would be an appropriate thing to do, so I asked the body to support amendment number 0454S. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0454S. Any further discussion? Seeing none, you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator Bradley for a motion? Or we have another amendment?
Amendments.
Okay. Senator Bradley moves to table. The legislation is on the floor as ought to pass as amended. The motion is to table. All in favor of tabling say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've tabled Senate Bill 227. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 397, an act enacting the Mental Health Counseling Compact. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 397 ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, adopts the Mental Health Counseling Compact as well as the 2009 edition of the Interstate Compact on the Placement of Children. This bill, as amended, authorizes the state of New Hampshire to enter into a mental health counseling compact and is in recognition of the need for mental health professionals statewide. The current statute makes some allowance for mental health counseling compacts among New England states, but does not cover other state compacts or recognize the licensure of people from states beyond New England. This bill is supported by the Mental Health Board and the Office of Professional Licensure. This bill, as amended, replaces the current language of RSA 170A for the Interstate Compact for the placement of children and would not become effective until enacted by 35 states. We currently do have an interstate compact for children, but the last time it was updated was in the 1960s. And as you know, our world has changed quite a bit since then. We have a lot of technology that is not even addressed in the current compact. And what this proposed interstate compact does provide is a solid legal framework for ensuring the timely placement of children across state lines, the suitability of prospective families, and the provision of needed support services. If New Hampshire joins the compact as one of the original 35 states, we will have a seat at the table going forward, which I hope all will agree is extremely important. Mr. President, at this time I'd like to thank my colleague from Senate District 10, Senator Khan, for allowing me to place the amendment for the Interstate Children's Compact on his bill concerning the mental health licensure compact. I can't thank him enough. I think he realizes how important this compact is, and he was very gracious. So, that being said, Mr. President, the ED&A Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 397. I do also have a floor amendment that I would like to propose to the body as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 0449S, and I'd like to speak to that, please.
Senator Carson offers floor amendment 0449S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment deals with the first part of the bill dealing with the mental health compact. There were some changes that were requested and needed to be made, and this amendment reflects those changes. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 0449S. Is there any further discussion? Senator Khan.
Mr. President, and thank you to the chair of Executive Departments and Administration for bringing forward the longest bill in this session, I think. But the Mental Health Compact, we received an email from the American Counseling Association like the night before the hearing. They went through this with a fine-tooth comb. When you've got 16 pages, there are just a lot of typos. We picked them up. I just point out two things about this floor amendment that ought to just be called out. One is on the first page in line 22, and it says that the states will not pass confidential FBI investigative criminal records back and forth between states. That's a good improvement in this bill, and meaning that confidentiality of those records be maintained. And the second is the provision at the end of it that says the constitutional limits of any state will not be overstepped by the actions of the compact. So Otherwise, this is just a series of words that were left out and moving from the compact to a bill before us. Thank you, Mr. President. I recommend both of these. These are making great progress for our state. Getting in on this mental health compact early is going to avail New Hampshire and apparently Maine, who is right behind us, in taking up a motion like we are today. These two states will be able to compete for instance, military personnel, mental health counselors, looking to relocate to New England. And that should help our workforce supply. Anything that we can do to lower the barriers to licensure in the state of New Hampshire is a good thing, so long as these folks have been practicing and adhering to the licensure requirements in their home states. So I recommend and ought to pass on this bill as amended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Khan. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 0449S. Further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 397. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 272, an act establishing a committee to study the oversight and operation of public deposit investment pool. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 7-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 272 ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes a committee to study the New Hampshire Banking Department's role in operating the public deposit investment pool. This bill was amended to change the number of senators appointed to the study committee. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 272 as amended and asks for your gracious support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 272. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred to Senate Bill 273A, an act relative to broadband infrastructure funding. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 273A ought to pass as amended. This bill seeks to allow towns in a communications districts to hold a special town meeting if they are ready to proceed on broadband infrastructure bonding. It carves out a narrow exemption and is a very modest change to the existing statute. An amendment to the bill would allow any town seeking to do a bond for a broadband infrastructure project to schedule a special meeting. The committee members recognized the need for such a change and suggested modifying the effective date of the amendment to upon passage. The state will soon receive $122 million in federal funds to help expand broadband in our great state. This bill will help our towns take advantage of these funds as soon as possible. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 273A as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 273. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 274, an act relative to governmental construction contracts. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-2. Senator Reagan for the committee.
Senator Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 274 ought to pass. This bill removes labor agreements from the competitive bid process and awarding of state government and state government-assisted construction contracts. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 274 and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Reagan. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion or amendments? Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. I wish to introduce Amendment 429.
Senator Bradley offers Amendment 0429S and may speak to his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This just clarifies the definition of governmental entity to mean the state or any state agency or spending unit thereof, but the new language that's added is but not political subdivisions. The entire purpose of Senate Bill 274 was that this was to be state only. I was approached by the Municipal Association to make sure that this was sort of a belt and suspender amendment. It should clarify it. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0429S. Senator Kavanaugh for a question of?
Senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I do see the amendment, and I just wonder if a city or town wants to enter into a PLA for a project and they've got some partial funding from the state, what would happen with that project? Or would it be even possible for the state to enter into that partnership with a city or town?
I think you would have to read the definition of, in the bill, starting on line 19 and 20 of government assisted, to answer that question.
Further discussion? Senator D'Alessandro to speak?
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought Senator Kavanaugh was going to speak first, and then me, but I defer to Senator Kavanaugh at this point.
Is anyone going to speak on the amendment?
Oh.
No? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 0429S. Senator Soucy.
President, a question of the senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley, I know you identified lines 19 and 20 for the definition of government assisted, which refers to certain tax exemptions provided, but I'm looking at line 26 of page 1 that says no state government assisted project. Could you please tell me how those two align, because I see a discrepancy there?
So, thank you very much, Senator Soucy. My understanding is with the floor amendment and the clarification that adds the words but not political subdivisions, it's meant to clarify that project labor agreements can be entered into or required by local political subdivisions. In other words, they're exempted from the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is for the senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. We know oftentimes that municipalities get state money coming for municipal projects that are used for municipal projects. Would this apply to those types of projects?
Is that it only applies to state projects. A municipal project, even if it has state assistance, is still a municipal project. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Further discussion on floor amendment 0429S. Senator Waters with a question of
Yes, Senator from District 3, please.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Would this apply to contracts funded for the university and college systems under the 10-year plan? Under the capital budget?
Well, I'd answer that the same way I answered Senator Carson's question. My understanding is this legislation with the amendment makes it clear that political subdivisions can enter into project labor agreements.
Follow-up question?
Follow-up.
I don't believe the university system and the college systems are political subdivisions.
Yeah, okay.
Senator Bradley.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Further discussion. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, I think this bill is a bad idea in general. I heard, after I mentioned it to utilities, they said, well, we'd have to stop all work in the state of New Hampshire. And certainly they're not political subdivisions, but they do get state funding for certain projects. But particularly the university system and the community college system, certainly we support them through the capital budget, and I really am quite sure they're not political subdivisions, so they wouldn't be exempted, is my understanding. And I'm just not really sure this bill is ready to go. Thank you, Mr. President.
We're discussing the floor amendment 0429S. Senator Hennessy with a question of
Senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
Senator Bradley, thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused by the talk that's been going around, but my understanding of the bill and the amendment is that the state is more than welcome to use but not require the agreements. Is that correct?
If I heard your question correctly, and I think you're talking to the bill, not the amendment, your question was, is a project labor agreement under the bill allowable if it's negotiated between the contractors and the state? And the answer to that is yes. If you look at page 2, where it starts on line 9, it says the section shall not, and then just read A and B, you can voluntarily enter into an agreement, a project labor agreement, but it cannot be required upfront as a condition of the contract. I think that was your question. If it wasn't, I apologize.
Further discussion on the floor amendment. Are you ready for the question on the floor amendment? Roll call has been requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Soucy. Clerk will call the roll on the floor amendment 0429S.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
And Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Kavanaugh to speak on Senate bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 274. To put it simply, this is a bill in search of a problem. The argument used to justify the need of this bill is false, as it is not true that non-union contractors are excluded from projects like these. Any qualified contractor can bid to work under a PLA on a public project, and they do. In Manchester in the past few years, we have built parking garages and a parking garage and a hotel. Both of those projects have come under budget and before the completion deadline, while using both union and non-union contractors side by side. By removing PLAs from the competitive bid process, we are creating the possibility of unintended consequences by tying the state agencies' hands in the future. PLAs are a tool that ensure on-time and on-budget results for their construction projects, as well as to ensure that local workers are getting the jobs created by local tax investments. I would like to clarify some of the misconceptions about PLAs that have come up and have been raised over the past few weeks. During the public hearing, we heard concerns from contractors that PLAs limit free and open competition, and this is simply not true. While some traditionally non-union contractors may choose not to bid for work under a PLA, I can point to many large-scale projects, including the Boston Harbor Project, the Port of Oakland, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's Improvement Project, show that non-union contractors bid and work on projects covered by PLAs. We look at Gillette Stadium, the house that Brady built. Mr. President, that was actually the house that PLAs built. How can you argue with a businessman like Robert Kraft that can see the value in PLAs? We also heard that PLAs restrict work for non-union workers. Again, this is not true. Any qualified contractor can bid to work under a PLA on a public project, both union and non-union. The number one issue facing the construction industry today is the lack of qualified, skilled workers and those interested in coming into the building and construction trades. Currently, the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security has over 700 vacant job listings for skilled workers in construction. On the other hand, Massachusetts' construction industry has doubled since 2010. That is who New Hampshire is competing with. That is where our workers are working. Last year, we saw a similar legislation come before this body that was subsequently rejected because it was clear that the language promoted government intrusion into labor markets. The bill before us today, even as amended, creates the same government overreach. To be clear, the state of New Hampshire has never utilized a PLA on a state-funded project ever. I contacted the Senate Research to double-check on this, and they could not find one state-funded project in New Hampshire, not one. We may as well amend this bill to say New Hampshire may not allow any farm in New Hampshire to raise unicorns, because they don't exist either. PLAs continue to be utilized by the profit-oriented and cost-conscious private sector because of one reason: they work. Senate Bill 274 is based on a false premise and does not further ensure competition in the construction industry bidding process. It is another example of unnecessary government intrusion in the free market. For these reasons and more, I urge my colleagues to overturn the committee recommendation of ought to pass so that I can offer another motion of ITL. Let's not limit fair competition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Sherman with a question.
Actually, Mr. President, I have a motion. I would like to, because of all the concerns that I don't feel have been answered, I would like to table this until those questions can be answered.
Motion is to table. Non-debatable. Roll call has been requested by Senator Bradley. Senator Hennessy seconds, and we will call the roll on tabling. Before we get started, if you're going to offer a tabling motion, please don't speak before your tabling motion or after your tabling motion. Thank you.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida?
No.
Senator Bradley?
No.
Senator Waters?
Yes.
Senator Prentiss?
Yes.
Senator Gray?
No.
Senator French?
No.
Senator Ward? Senator Ricciardi?
No.
Senator Khan?
Yes.
Senator Daniels?
No.
Senator Avard?
No.
Senator Rosenwald?
Yes.
Senator Carson?
Yes.
Senator Whitley?
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh? Yes. Senator Reagan?
No.
Senator Soucy?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
No. The tabling motions defeated 11 to 13. Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise. That's an erroneous concept. I do not rise. I'm seated. I seat in opposition to the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 274. There's no reason why we should be adding more red tape to the state contracting process. If this body chooses to add in this unnecessary restriction, we're allowing the government to insert itself into the free market competition in the construction industry. The PLA model lies in stark contrast to the race to the bottom business model that adheres to the belief that contracts in the construction industry ought to be awarded based on primarily upon a contractor's ability to assemble a low-skilled, low-wage, and easily exploitable workforce. The so-called merit shop contractors are found of embracing the tenets of fair and open competition. But that begs the question as to whether the systematic use and abuse of an easily exploitable workforce, not to mention the escalating and illegal tactic of misclassifying employees as independent contractors, constitutes fair and open competition. PLAs not only allow for fair and open competition, I repeat that, fair and open competition. They encourage it among a highly skilled workforce. This workforce is developed through an almost $1 billion a year in private investment in apprenticeship programs nationwide. Let me repeat that. Private investments in apprenticeship programs nationwide that in turn develop a workforce that commands a pay and benefit package reflective of their skill and productivity levels, which actually reduces the cost for public agencies. As my esteemed colleague, Senator Kavanaugh, points out, as he mentioned, parties that use PLAs speak to the economic benefits that come from having access to an uninterrupted supply of qualified workers that are hired from the local community and in turn contribute to the local economy. To be clear, New Hampshire has never utilized a PLA on a state-funded construction process. So what does this bill aim to solve? A problem that doesn't exist here in New Hampshire. I urge my colleagues to vote against government overreach by voting down the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 274. Any other esteemed colleagues want to speak? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remind the body that we had a very, very similar bill in ED&A last year. It was voted out of committee 5-0, inexpedient to legislate, and this body agreed with the ED&A committee. The only difference between this bill and the one we rejected last year was the bill that we had last year included municipalities and local governments and counties. And we felt that that was too much. That was too broad of a reach. And the rest of it was the same. A lot of the language was very vague. And as you can see by some of the questions that have been asked here today, the vagueness still exists within the bill. The only difference is you've exempted municipalities, and I voted for the amendment because I agree. But a number of points have been made that I think just really need to be reiterated. Number one is New Hampshire does not use PLA agreements. My good friend from District 16 is correct. He did the Senate research. We've never used them. So why would we start using them now? And if you go through the testimony, and it's in part the same testimony we had last year, the state of New Hampshire is going to be getting a lot of money from the federal government. And there is a real concern that these agreements are going to be required along with the federal dollars. Well, Mr. President, we can do what we always do here in New Hampshire, is when we get money from the federal government, we take a look at all the strings that come along with it. And if the state of New Hampshire decides we don't like those strings, we reject the money. And we always have the opportunity to do that if people feel strongly about it. There were a couple of other things in the testimony that I'd like to point out. We've been told that this is going to save taxpayers money on these projects. Well, in the testimony, it said the main purpose of this legislation is not to lower costs, but to maintain a level playing field. Really, is that the job of government? Are we now going to start ensuring there's a level playing field for everybody? So I just ask you, what really is the problem here? We don't do these agreements, and it's already been stated that non-union shops can bid on these publicly funded projects, and they have bid. So what is the problem? And that's the same question the committee asked itself last year. But I would like to offer an idea, Mr. President. Instead of focusing on a non-existing problem, why don't we focus on getting New Hampshire citizens to consider going into the trades? We need tradesmen and we need tradeswomen across the state. The lack of qualified workers in New Hampshire is actually hurting New Hampshire and construction projects we desperately need to move New Hampshire forward. So again, I would like everyone to think about the things that have been said here. We've already dealt with this issue. The only difference is we've removed the municipalities. This legislation's too vague. It needs more work. And I would like, again, the body to consider this. And thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Guida.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I'm reading the bill, under Roman 9G2 Roman 1, small a, it says that there can't be a requirement, meaning must, or a prohibition, meaning can't, enter into or adhere to a project labor agreement. So I don't see, now this is my reading on this, I don't see that this is preventing PLAs. It's just saying that the requirements have to be open. You can do it if you wish, or you don't have to do it. It's not prohibiting them. That would be my interpretation of that line. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Guida. Senator Sherman.
President, this time I do have a question of the senator from District 14.
Senator Carson, will you take the question?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I am far more confused than I was at the start of this discussion, which is why I wanted to table it. But are you making the point that if we have a critical infrastructure project, and I really appreciate all the funding that Senator Hassan and Senator Shaheen have gotten for us, along with our congresswomen and congressmen, if that funding comes in for a critical infrastructure project and does not, and requires a PLA, that this bill will make it impossible for us to accept that funding, even though the infrastructure project is critical to the state of New Hampshire?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. What I'm saying is, if the idea of having a PLA within the contract is something that somebody who's going to be voting on this finds offensive and they don't want it there, they can always vote no on accepting the money.
Senator Carson with a question.
The senator from District 3.
Senator Bradley.
No, excuse me, District 2.
Senator Gaida.
Thank you, Senator, for accepting my question. I heard you say, and you quoted from the bill on a particular line, but it's more of a question, do you believe that right now we do not have to accept PLAs? That there's no law saying that you have to do this? And that's why we don't have any here in the state of New Hampshire.
I can't honestly answer that knowingly. You know, I don't know the answer to that. So I would defer to your point.
Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 274 as amended. Seeing Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much. One of the things that came out in the public hearing in front of the Finance Committee, and I'm not sure if it did last year in the hearing that Senator Carson chaired, was the testimony of some construction managers in the state of New Hampshire. And I think it bears repeating that we ought to listen to what people that are in the industry building large projects in New Hampshire said about this bill. Joshua Reap, he is the president of Associated Building and Contractors, talked about the fact that mandated by government project labor agreements could drive up the cost of a project 20%. That comes right out of the wallets of our taxpayers. Rodney Bartlett, business manager of Methuen Construction, he agreed. He told the committee it adds approximately 20% to the cost of a project. Tommy Bolduck, the owner of Optiline Enterprises, he told the committee that this bill is a common sense approach that we need to protect accountability and oversight in our construction work. He said that when project labor agreements are mandated by the government, it discourages companies like Optiline from bidding on the bill because, he went on to say, it overrides a contractor's right to privately negotiate the terms and the conditions that the company has with the employees, being a union or an open shop. I think it's important to note that 90% of the construction workers in this state are not members of a union. And so government mandated PLAs totally unbalance the playing field that is meant to get the best quality outcome of a project for the most reasonable cost to taxpayers. That's the New Hampshire way. If we mandate, and I agree with my friend from District 14, thus far they have not been mandated, and in answer to my friend from District 24's question, I am not aware that of any of the federal infrastructure dollars that have come to New Hampshire that PLAs have been mandated. That 90-10 figure really should tell us something today. That if we want to have the kind of projects completed that we need to have in New Hampshire for schools, for roads, for public infrastructure, well, I shouldn't have said schools because this doesn't apply to school projects, but for state projects, and that's, my friend from District 14 is absolutely correct. It's state only. If we want to have them built in a timely fashion, at good quality, and protecting taxpayers, we need to think about the 90% of the workforce that is non-union, and according to the testimony that the Finance Committee received, are unlikely to bid on projects if project labor agreements are in place. So with that, I would ask the committee to vote yes on the pending motion of ought to pass with amendment.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank my colleague from District 3 to bring out the point that over 90% of the workers here in New Hampshire are non-unionized. And I think that is reflected in the fact that we do not do PLAs. We don't have them in the state. They're not being used. So again, I ask, why? Why do we need to do this? And I think it's because of fear. Fear that the money that we're going to be getting from the federal government is going to require these types of agreements. And I don't think that's the way we should be approaching it. There's the New Hampshire way, and we have been doing things the New Hampshire way. That's why we don't have these agreements in place. We've heard from, again, my good friend from District 3 talking about how this is going to, reduce costs for the taxpayers. But again, I'm going to quote, and I'm looking at it directly, Drew Klein from the Josiah Bartlett Center of Public Policy stated, the main purpose of this legislation is not to lower costs, but to maintain a level playing field. And this is part of the confusion about this bill and why we rejected it last year. It's all over the place. We get conflicting testimony. How can we as legislators, working on behalf of our constituents, make good decisions when we get this type of conflicting information? We need to get to the body, get to the real purpose of this, get down to it, find out what's really going on before we pass this legislation. That's why we rejected it last year. I'm sorry to see that it came forward this year. It didn't go to ED&A, it went to Finance. So, again, please join with me in rejecting this legislation. Thank you. It's not ready for prime time.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 274. Senator Avard requests a roll call. Senator Daniels seconds. You ready for the question? Senator Kavanaugh with a question.
Senator from District 14, please. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, would you believe in the last year and a half any projects awarded have been non-bid in New Hampshire? And would you also believe there's one union based out of Boston that has 600 members that live in the southern part of New Hampshire, and that every day they get up and go to work in Massachusetts?
Yes.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 274. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
And Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 275, an act relative to the Opioid Abatement Trust Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 275 ought to pass with amendment. This bill provides that disbursement from the Opioid Abatement Trust Fund shall be based on the most recent decennial census. Senate Bill 275 also revises the membership and duties of the Opioid Abatement Advisory Commission. The amendment to the bill allows school districts to apply for funds to engage in prevention-based work. The amendment also adds a school administrator to the Commission's membership, includes additional data on programs it funds, and spells out available measures of the Commission's success. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 275 as amended, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee amendment and thank the Finance Committee for the favorable recommendation. The amendment recognizes that the ongoing opioid crisis has taken a significant toll on New Hampshire students and that our local school districts are truly on the front lines of this crisis. Our local schools are challenged daily to meet the behavioral health needs of children impacted by the opioid crisis, while also focusing on academic achievement for all students. The opioid crisis has upended so many children's lives, and oftentimes school is the only constant. In addition to supporting students impacted by the crisis, this amendment allows our local school districts to engage in important prevention-based work to prevent further disruption down the road, and yes, to save money by addressing the problem before it's a crisis. Many school districts are already engaged in this work and have implemented the prevention framework called MTSSB. This is an evidence-informed way of doing business in schools to support students and connect them with community resources when necessary. The New Hampshire Department of Education already serves as the primary driver of this prevention work. Implementation of MTSSB does, however, require a considerable investment of resources at the local level, but is completely community-driven. This amendment gives schools the opportunity to request funds through the Commission to support this important prevention work, and I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 275. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 276, an act relative to the reporting requirements for the Regenerative Manufacturing Workforce Development Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 276 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would require the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority to include the House and Senate Finance Committees in its reporting on the progress related to the Regenerative Manufacturing Workforce Development Program. Committee members agreed, but suggested, in terms of lost revenue due to the 10-year exemption of both the business profits tax and the business enterprise tax, the annual report should be directed to the House and Senate Ways and Means Committees rather than the Finance Committees, which was the committee of referral for the original legislation. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 276 as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 276. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 277 FN, an act relative to emergency or temporary health care licenses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 277 FN ought to pass. This bill extends the expiration date for the emergency licensing process, the licensing of out-of-state pharmacies as temporary mail-order facilities, and the emergency or temporary licensing of healthcare workers from January 31st of 2022 to January 31st of 2024. The Office of Professional Licensure and Certification, or the OPLC, is to be commended for the extraordinary effort they have expended during the healthcare needs of our state during this COVID pandemic we're experiencing. When the governor's executive order was initially issued, it was thought temporary licensing would only occur for a couple of weeks. We now have over 22,000 healthcare professionals who have emergency licenses. These temporary licensees have been critical to the residents of New Hampshire. The OPLC would like to see a process developed to convert the licenses to permanent licenses. Because this bill needs to be fast-tracked, the committee recommended another bill be the avenue for this conversion. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of SB 277 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 277. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred, Senate Bill 278 FN, an act relative to the funding for the Piscataqua River Turning Basin Project and the Port Authority Project. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator D'Alessandro for the committee.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Finance Committee and Senator Perkins Quoker for her due diligence with regard to this project. This project was something that was desperately needed, and had it not been done, we would have lost an opportunity to create a very, very positive economic situation for the Portsmouth, for the city of Portsmouth also, but for the Portsmouth Port Authority. So I thank my colleagues for that, and I really appreciate that. This was something that had to be done, and without the help of the Senate President and the members of the Finance Committee, it would not have happened. This bill appropriates money to the Pease Development Authority for the Piscataqua River Turning Basin Project by taking $251,000 from a 2019 Rye Harbor dredging project. There are not new funds. It's a zero-sum game, but reallocated funds from the 2019 budget cycle that were reabsorbed by the general fund because non-lapsing language was not used at the time. This amendment clarifies the total sum appropriated to the Piscataqua River Turning Basin Project and the total amount refunded back to the state from the Rye Harbor dredging project. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 287 FN as amended and asks for your support. And again, I thank my colleagues. This was a vital project that had to be done. And without the due diligence of the Finance Committee, it wouldn't have happened. So again, we do some things well. And I really want to talk about that. We do it well when everybody plays in the same game, and we're all looking for the final right thing to do. So as Ray Burton used to say, the committee to do the right thing did the right thing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. First order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Perkins Cuoco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise in support of SB 278 FN as amended. I also just wanted to thank my colleagues for work on this bill. The port is a major economic center that serves all of us, especially to heat our homes and salt our roads in the winter. And it's an example of how our federal delegation, including Senator Hassan, who recently secured $1.6 million for the port, can work together to support the major infrastructure in our state and solve problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Cuoco. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 279. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 371 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Lead Paint Hazard Remediation Fund. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a 7-0 vote with Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 371 FNA ought to pass. This bill makes a general fund appropriation of $3 million in fiscal year 2023 to the Lead Paint Hazard Remediation Fund for use by the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority. Since the fund was created 3 years ago, it has helped make nearly 300 housing units safer for young children. The zero-interest loans are repaid at the time of sale. The program is so successful that the fund needs replenishing. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 371 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 371. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 412 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services for nursing home reimbursement rates. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 412 FNA ought to pass. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services to increase nursing home reimbursement rates and makes a contingent appropriation to the department in the event that existing budgeted appropriations are insufficient to fund the revised rates. House Bill 2 of last year directed the department to increase nursing home rates by 5%. The budget language was interpreted at the time to require rates to be calculated over a much higher number of occupied beds than had been the case. The appropriation placed in the budget was insufficient to meet the 5% increase. The department has been able to raise rates substantially since that time. However, the budget appropriation might need an enhancement to meet the state's promise to the nursing homes. If the appropriation in Senate Bill 412 FNA is not needed, it will lapse. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 412 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 412. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 280, an act relative to meetings of the State Health Assessment and Health Improvement Plan Advisory Council and Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Table.
The motion is to table. All in favor of tabling, say aye. Opposed? You've tabled Senate Bill 280. We're going to recess Senate Democrats to the annex, Senate Republicans to the chamber. Senate will come out of recess. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 284, an act relative to the treatment of glaucoma. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 284 ought to pass. This bill modifies the requirements for optometrists who treat glaucoma. Currently, New Hampshire has some of the strictest regulations on the treatment of glaucoma in the nation. In New Hampshire, an optometrist currently is only able to treat one specific type of glaucoma on their own. If a patient develops any of the other dozen types of glaucoma, the optometrist must refer the patient to an ophthalmologist and co-manage their case for a full 2 years before they can treat their patients on their own, despite extensively learning about and receiving training on the treatment of glaucoma in their schooling and credentialing process. While sending a patient to consult with an ophthalmologist may not be a problem in larger practices or in the more southern part of the state, this is a serious inconvenience for patients in the more rural areas, certainly from where I'm from, the North Country. For a patient being seen by an optometrist in Berlin, and we did have testimony about this, they could be forced to travel for an hour or more to see an affiliated ophthalmologist to receive the same care at the same quality that they could have received from their optometrist. This is an undue burden in cost and time for New Hampshire citizens just looking for treatment for their glaucoma. Senate Bill 284 will lift that regulatory burden on the citizens and our optometrists. And I would just also note there was no opposition from the ophthalmologists to this bill. So the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 284. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that this has been several years in the making and commend the work of Senator Rosenwald and the New Hampshire Medical Society, the ophthalmologists and the optometrists for coming to a level of detente that everyone can live with. And it's been a Herculean effort that we've tried in the past to reach that resolution, and we're finally there. So I look forward to all of us supporting this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. Any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 284. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 319 FN, an act relative to vaccination status and wellness incentives. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 319 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as introduced, requires that all health coverage offered by health carriers to employers shall provide or may provide a wellness financial incentive to insured persons when voluntarily supplied with sufficient evidence that the insured is currently fully vaccinated for COVID-19 at the time of enrollment. This bill repeals the requirement in 2023 anticipating resolution of the pandemic. The committee amendment changes SB 319 FN to enabling legislation, taking the shall to a may, giving insurance carriers the statutory authority to choose to offer a wellness incentive for people who voluntarily provide evidence that they've been vaccinated against COVID-19. SB 319 FN is not a vaccine mandate. It is simply an option for an insurance carrier to recognize those who have chosen to be vaccinated. We know that vaccines are our key both to help ending the pandemic and limiting the associated healthcare costs. SB 319 FN is enabling legislation to reward those who have voluntarily been vaccinated and voluntarily submit evidence to that effect. It incentivizes those who have chosen to get vaccinated, and SB 319 FN is an enabling step in that direction. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asked for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 319 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is the adoption of the committee. Senator Gaida.
President, I rise in opposition to the amendment and to the bill. Were this vaccine, which is not a vaccine, stopping the spread of COVID, okay, or preventing people from getting COVID, I might be inclined to support it. But the jury is still out, as we have, and I have friends who have died after being fully vaccinated and boosted, as well as friends who have died who have not. What are we incentivizing here, really? Okay, as a state, we need to look to solid, sound science and to incentivize a non-vaccine that doesn't prevent the spread and doesn't prevent catching COVID-19, I think is irresponsible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had not intended to speak, but I can't let the comments go unopposed. As a doctor and as someone who has followed this very closely, we know that the vaccine, like so many other vaccines, is imperfect. We also know that the vast majority of people hospitalized, and especially those in the ICUs on ventilators, are unvaccinated. That's a fact. It's 14-fold increased risk of admission to a hospital if you are unvaccinated. There is no vaccine that does not have some level of potential side effect. There is no vaccine that is 100% preventative, as we found out from the mumps outbreak at UNH last year. So let's not hold this vaccine to a standard we hold no other vaccines to, and let's recognize the science that my friend from District 2 just asked us to recognize. This prevents hospitalization, it decreases transmission, it decreases severity of disease, and it decreases mortality from COVID. And, as this bill reflects, it would decrease cost if people got vaccinated. Let's stick to the facts. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Rosenwald.
And I speak in support of the ought to pass as amended motion. This bill presents a common sense, market-driven, completely voluntary wellness incentive insurers may offer. This bill only applies to the state-regulated full-risk insurance market, not the individual market, not self-funded plans, not Medicaid, and of course not Medicare. As required by federal law, an insurer choosing to offer the benefit would also have to make it available to anyone who is not medically able to receive the vaccine. And Mr. President, I'm sure my colleagues are aware that a number of health plans offer a similar kind of incentive for people who receive annual flu shots. The reason for this bill is to reduce cost in the healthcare system, which will inevitably lead to higher health insurance premiums if unchecked. The Kaiser Health Foundation reports that the per capita health care cost of people who are not vaccinated against COVID-19 is $20,000. This is driven by the high expense of COVID-related hospitalization, which, as reported by the New York Times, average at least $50,000 per hospitalization. The cost of COVID hospitalizations here in New Hampshire is also high. At Dartmouth-Hitchcock, for example, the cost for a COVID-related ICU stay with a ventilator for more than 4 days is nearly $130,000, and most of their ICU ventilator patient stays are at least this long. Full vaccination with booster shots was just reported last week to be 90% effective at reducing hospitalizations. So the fewer the hospitalizations, the less expense incurred in the system, with pressure on health insurance premiums also relieved. Therefore, I believe that this bill, as amended, will enable insurers and individuals to make informed choices that could save everyone money on health insurance. So I hope my colleagues will vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 319. Are you ready for the question? Senator Birdsall with a question of?
The good senator from District 11. You had mentioned that, I'm sorry?
13.
Oh, sorry, 13. You had mentioned that previously companies or health care providers are doing this with flu vaccines. Why do we need legislation to allow them to do this with this vaccine?
We need it because the federal guidance on whether they can do it without state legislation is very unclear.
Okay.
So this was language that came from the insurance department to make it clear they could also offer this particular incentive on this particular vaccination.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the ought to pass as amended. Senator Gaida with a question? Senator Rosenwald. Senator, can you turn your mic on?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President.
I
Thank
thought
you.
it was just me.
Thank you, Senator, for
Yeah.
taking my question. So is the COVID vaccine and sequential boosters operating under the emergency use authorization?
My understanding, and I'm sure another member here today can correct me if I'm wrong, is that both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines are now fully authorized, fully approved for at least certain adult populations. I got the thumbs up from the back.
Follow up? Thank you, Mr. President. So is that a yes or no? Are they operating under an emergency use authorization or no?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 319. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avide, seconded by Senator Daniels. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avar.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel?
No.
Senator D'Alessandro?
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
No. The ayes have it, 13 to 11. The motion about to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 329, an act establishing a commission to study barriers to housing development in New Hampshire, including workforce and middle-income housing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 0. Senator Sherman for the committee.
Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 329 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as introduced, establishes a commission to study barriers to housing development in New Hampshire, including workforce and middle-income housing. Our former colleague, Senator Fuller Clark, was a champion of housing issues over multiple decades, and her successor, our friend from District 21, has continued that charge. There has not been a study commission specifically focused on workforce and middle-income housing. It is particularly appropriate to do so at this time when there is a statewide vacancy rate of less than 1% and the average home price across the state is $400,000, even higher in the densely populated areas. The committee heard testimony about the crisis that the housing shortage poses, with young working people being forced to look elsewhere to establish their roots due to the high cost of housing. This would be detrimental to the long-term economic viability of the state if we do not do everything in our power to help keep these young working people in the Granite State. The committee amendment adds 2 additional members to the commission to provide a more comprehensive review of the issue. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 329. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 329. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 404 FN, an act establishing a supplemental nutrition assistance program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 404 ought to pass with amendment. The bill establishes a supplemental nutrition assistance program, sometimes referred to as SNAP, within the Department of Health and Human Services. This is a program that has successfully existed in the past and that the department is currently working to reintroduce after a 5-year gap. Passing Senate Bill 404 will ensure the program is reintroduced in a timely manner. That will help 17,000 New Hampshire children, their families, and many older adults who are likely eligible for SNAP benefits but are not currently enrolled. The committee amendment addresses 2 issues raised by the department. The first is a simple housekeeping measure to correct the dates involved with the underlying bill. The second ensures that while the department does have the authority to use general funds, federal and/or private dollars will be prioritized in funding the administration of the SNAP outreach program. The committee was assured that this program would be revenue neutral and that other funding sources are available, but the department asked for the additional clarity around the potential use of the general fund, which is why the amendment. A majority of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asked for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 404. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Whitley.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the committee recommendation of ought to pass as amended as the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 404. We know that food insecurity remains a significant issue in New Hampshire and has only worsened in the state during the pandemic. Low-wage earners have been particularly impacted by food insecurity because of stagnant income growth and our high costs of living in the Granite State. Despite an ongoing need for nutritional assistance, a July 15, 2021 report from the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute showed that there are more eligible individuals in New Hampshire than are enrolled in SNAP. Estimates show that there were up to 17,000 additional children eligible for SNAP who were not receiving it in 2019, as well as tens of thousands of adults who were likely eligible but not enrolled. According to New Hampshire Hunger Solutions, 60% of eligible seniors are not enrolled in SNAP. The New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute analysis detailed that if those 17,000 more children in the state had been enrolled in SNAP in 2019, and each child was in a separate household that received the average benefit amount during that year, then additional $37.9 million in federally funded aid would have flowed to New Hampshire to support our families and the economy during that year. This estimated under-enrollment may have resulted in the loss of accompanying economic stimulus essential to local economies and grocers. In their analysis, the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute detailed that levels of under-enrollment in SNAP may have continued throughout the duration of the COVID-19 crisis. Data collected by the U.S. Census Bureau showed that significant portions of New Hampshire's population face declining or lost incomes and challenges affording expenses and food, even while enrollment in SNAP declined overall. Fortunately, Senate Bill 404 offers a solution to this problem by requiring program outreach so that information about benefits and eligibility is available to residents who may qualify for assistance. This bill makes it known that the legislature prioritizes addressing food insecurity because no Granite Stater should ever go hungry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 404. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 407 FN, an act relative to expanding Medicaid to include certain postpartum health care services and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Bradley for the committee.
Senator Bradley.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 407 ought to pass. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services to submit a state plan amendment to expand postpartum coverage under Medicaid. It establishes a quarterly reporting requirement and makes an appropriation to the department for the purpose of funding the postpartum health care services. Currently, the department provides extended coverage for postpartum mothers for the first 2 months after birth. That is not enough time for many people, many women and their children who are still in a tenuous position for the entire first year of postpartum. The committee heard extensive testimony regarding the many risks that recently postpartum mothers face in the months after birth. They range from cardiac issues to substance abuse disorder difficulties to depression, anxiety, and mental health struggles. For these reasons, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 407. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bradley. The motion is ought to pass. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentiss.
I rise in support of Senate Bill 407 FN. And first, the Healthy Moms, Healthy Babies Act of 2022. I want to thank the Health and Human Services Committee for their ought to pass motion. And as previously stated by Senator Bradley, this legislation would amend the state Medicaid plan to provide 12 months of continuous coverage for our new mothers at this most vulnerable time, the postpartum period. A group of New Hampshire moms become eligible for Medicaid coverage under what's known as the pregnancy pathway. This takes them through 60 days after giving birth. This group, due to their income, which is 196% of the federal poverty level, are not covered under the granted advantage. We have an opportunity here in New Hampshire to cover these moms for a full 12 months after giving birth and to take advantage of federal matching dollars available to New Hampshire under the American Rescue Plan to do so. Emily Baker, who is a high-risk obstetrician at DHMC, which is headquartered proudly in Lebanon in District 5, shared with me that the Maternal Mortality Review Board in New Hampshire has found what is absolutely clear across the nation, that the numbers of maternal deaths are increasing, and the majority of maternal deaths that are pregnancy associated occur in the postpartum period. The vast majority of these deaths are preventable. The rise in postpartum deaths correctly infers that there is also an increasing burden of medical and psychiatric morbidity that needs to be addressed and can only be addressed when women have access to health care that they can afford. In this state of New Hampshire, the fiscal year 2019, New Hampshire Medicaid covered 2,795 women in the pregnant women coverage category. 762 of those women, that's 27%, lost Medicaid coverage 60 days out, as their incomes were, again, just too high to qualify for the coverage under the granted advantage. We have an opportunity here to remedy this problem and cover women in New Hampshire. Our moms, their babies, and our families can no longer wait. Let us take the opportunity to close the gap here, provide continuous coverage, which provides access to health care and places New Hampshire families, New Hampshire moms, and the smallest and most welcomed members of our state on a solid foundation for their life. I want to again thank the committee and ask you all for to support Senate Bill 407 FN and the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of SB 407. As Senator Prentiss so eloquently said, SB 407 expands Medicaid postpartum coverage from 60 days to 1 year postpartum. According to the hearing report, the committee heard extensive testimony in support of SB 407 from the Department of Health and Human Services, NAMI New Hampshire, New Futures, the American Heart Association, and Dartmouth-Hitchcock, all explaining what we should all already know. New moms and new babies are in a precious place, and 60 days of postpartum care is simply not enough. Speaking from experience with both of my daughters, I was continuing to receive and still do receive postpartum care well beyond that 60-day period currently covered under Medicaid. While I am able to afford that care, there are many moms and families who cannot. SB 407 will ensure that we are supporting our moms and protecting our moms and babies to the best level we can from very serious complications and bad outcomes. I encourage the body to support the ought to pass motion on SB 407. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coker. The question is the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 407. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 327, an act relative to the duties of the registers of probate. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 327, inexpedient to legislate. This bill amends the duties of the registrars of probate. In 2011, the legislature restructured the court system and created the circuit court, which includes the probate division, the district division, and the family division. At that point, the probate court, as it was known, ceased to exist, essentially eliminating the role of the registrars of probate. Since the restructuring, the judicial branch has opened an efficient and successful call center to aid anyone who is going through the probate process, further reducing the need for a registrar of probate. Due to the lack of a meaningful role for registrars of probate in the court system, coupled with the call center, and the fact that the House has a constitutional amendment to consider removing the registrars of probate from the Constitution, there is no reason for this bill to move forward. Therefore, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of an expedient to legislate on Senate Bill 327. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Gannon with a question.
Thank you. If we went back to the old system and you elected people, and say you elected someone who just put their name in, a college student or something, or someone for fun, or just thought it would be a cool job title to have, what do they do then? Who's going to really be the person with the knowledge to call?
Well,
Or would they have to hire someone to back that person up?
Thank you for the question. In reflection upon the testimony that we had back in 2011, when the bill originally passed, the court had already assumed doing the duties because either the person didn't know what they were doing or they were just not available. So the court was already doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 327. You ready for the question? Oh, Senator Guy.
I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on this bill. The House did pass a constitutional amendment. It came to the Senate, and we killed it. And the reason we killed it was that by continuing to reduce and eliminate, ultimately, a register of probate that is not a member of the judiciary, we relegate the entirety of the process of settling estates. That would include choosing attorneys, assigning attorneys to the court system. And not that one would mistrust the court system, but where the possibility exists for the disposition of estate assets, and it's all controlled by a single judicial entity, okay, there is a potential problem. That was the reason that registers of probate were established to begin with. So for those reasons, I speak against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Guy. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 327. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was trying not to speak on this. The only comment I want to make is that the system as outlined by the court system is for the benefit of the court system. It is not for the benefit of our citizens, and that register of probate provided very needed services to those individuals, and expect to see this bill again in future years. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 327. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 393 FN, an act relative to the use of restraints on a pregnant woman in custody of state or county correctional facility. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Whitley for the committee.
Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to move Senate Bill 393 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes procedures for the use of and limits the type of restraints that can be used on pregnant women in county and state correctional custody. Research has shown that the shackling of pregnant women can pose serious health or injury risks to mom and baby. It also prevents healthcare providers from being able to properly perform their duties to the full extent. Furthermore, the American Psychological Association has found that women subjected to restraint during childbirth have been shown to report severe mental distress, depression, anguish, and trauma. It is without question that a woman's ability to harm others or to flee is very limited during and after labor. This fact, along with the damage that results from being restrained while pregnant or giving birth, needs to be considered in how these women are treated in our state and county facilities. As amended, the bill has the support of the Department of Corrections, and overall it strives to balance all interests involved, keeping mom, baby, medical staff, correction staff, and the public safe. Therefore, the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 393 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Prentiss, you want to speak on the bill or
I'll speak on the bill.
The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 393 FN, and I want to thank the Judiciary Committee for their ought to pass with amendment motion. As you've heard from Senator Whitley, this bill will limit the type of restraints used on pregnant people who are incarcerated in New Hampshire jails and prisons and address the issue of shackling of women during, or pregnant people during transportation. This bill also establishes a reporting requirement when shackling is used. Bill sponsors worked hard to balance the safety and well-being of New Hampshire mothers and babies while also protecting public safety and the safety of the correctional and medical staffs. Shackling pregnant women poses a serious health risks to both mother and baby. Medical experts say that shackling poses safety risks that include the potential for injury or placental abruption caused by falls, delayed progress of labor caused by impaired mobility, and the delayed receipt of emergency care when corrections officers must remove shackles to allow for assessment and intervention. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American Medical Association, the American Public Health Association, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the American Correctional Association all support the prohibition of shackling pregnant women with certain exemptions. This bill before us today reflects the input of Commissioner Hanks and the New Hampshire Association of Counties. This language addresses the individualized assessment of whether there's evidence of imminent risk of escape or harm to a pregnant person, provides a correctional facility's chief medical officer, their healthcare team, will also assess the pregnant person's condition and advise on restraints. Most importantly, the language clarifies the balance of privacy of the individual giving labor, giving birth, and public safety concerns. I ask this body to support the committee's OTP recommendation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 393. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and it's ordered to third reading. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 399 FN, an act repealing the Fetal Health Protection Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 399 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill, as amended, construes the obstetric ultrasound examination requirement to determine probable gestational age prior to an abortion. This will clarify the misperception that the law is meant to require an ultrasound for every abortion and instead better reflects the original intention of the bill. The language here clearly states that an ultrasound will only be required if the provider either knows that the fetus has a gestational age of at least 24 weeks or is conscious of a substantial risk that the fetus has a gestational age of at least 24 weeks. This will ensure legal protections for the woman and providers while still keeping the moderate and common sense 24-week late-term abortion ban in place. It is vital we continue to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, and therefore the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 399 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of SB 399 as introduced. SB 399 as introduced is one of the most important pieces of legislation we've considered this year. This is an opportunity for us to correct a mistake and to repeal the ill-advised abortion ban that was inserted in the budget last year, signed by Governor Sununu, and which is now state law in New Hampshire. Passage of that policy does not reflect the viewpoint of the majority of Granite Staters. It does not reflect best practice in medicine, and it does not respond to the healthcare needs of pregnant women. This ban actually has made New Hampshire a less safe place for people to deliver a baby, and will absolutely make New Hampshire less attractive to OBGYN practitioners, an essential healthcare resource already less available in New Hampshire than is needed. In passing this statute, the legislature and Governor Sununu have threatened healthcare providers exercising their best medical judgment in very stressful and sensitive situations with felony conviction, possibly resulting in severe fines and up to 7 years in prison. It does not include an exemption for victims of rape or incest, taking even more control away from a woman who has been abused and traumatized. It does not include exceptions for fatal fetal anomalies, forcing women who are pregnant with a fetus who has a condition incompatible with life to carry that pregnancy to term, increasing both the risk to the mother as well as the suffering of the fetus. Most importantly, this is not the legislature's or the governor's decision to make. It's just not. These are intensely personal decisions made between a mother and her doctors, all of whom are trying to do what's best for her and, in many cases, for the health of her fetus. In New Hampshire, we have never supported the notion that the legislature has the right to insert itself in the doctor-patient relationship. To do so is to say that the legislature knows better than anyone else, while it strips away the privacy and rights of the people we are sworn to serve. While some claim that this amendment adequately addresses the egregious ultrasound requirement of this statute, it does not. It only partially does so, not leaving this clinical decision, it does not leave this clinical decision up to the provider, who is far more qualified than the legislature in determining its necessity. In other words, as my colleague from District 14 stated, it still leaves intact a state-mandated ultrasound, one part of which is completely unnecessary in most cases, because if the provider is aware that the woman is at 24 weeks gestation, the ultrasound isn't needed because the law already prohibits moving forward with an abortion. Please join me in voting down this amendment and passing SB 399 as introduced, restoring to the people of New Hampshire their individual right to make their own health care choices, and repealing this unwanted and unjustified intrusion by the government into their private lives and intensely personal decisions.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Senator Waters, did you want to speak on the committee amendment? No. Senator Carson, did you want to speak on the committee amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We had a very long and substantive discussion on the late-term abortion ban in the spring. It was passed and it was placed into the budget. But after this happened, we started hearing from people all across the state of New Hampshire, from women, from doctors, other healthcare providers, about the ultrasound provision. Well, we listened. We heard their voices, and the amendment reflects what they've asked. With this amendment, it is now between the physician. The doctor is the one who gets to make the decision about whether or not to do an ultrasound, not the government. So it's very clear, and it's very clearly stated in the amendment. Mr. President, I hope this body can support that. This is what the majority, I would say, of the people of New Hampshire have asked us to do, and that's what we're trying to do here today. So please support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carson. Senator Gannon.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you, Mr. President. Just 2 points. One, under Harry Blackman's majority decision in Roe, one of the second points that he was very clear on is in a second term of pregnancy, the state has a right to regulate abortion procedures. I'll grant you and another point would be, Senator Sherman had brought up that the majority of New Hampshire residents were against it, but the 2 polls I found, one a UNH one, and there was a separate poll, one was 58, one was 68% of New Hampshire citizens believe abortion should have limitations. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Gannon. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect for my colleague and friend from District 14, if we were truly going to listen to the people of New Hampshire, we would never pass this amendment. This amendment, I could never vote for this amendment because it does not add an exception to our cruel abortion ban for a fatal fetal anomaly. I could never vote for an amendment that does not add an exception to our cruel abortion ban for victims of rape or incest. And I could never vote for this amendment that doesn't add or remove criminal penalties for our doctors. We heard hours and hours of testimony from women, from families, from providers, begging us to repeal New Hampshire's abortion ban, and at a minimum, to add a fatal health exception. If we are truly going to listen to our OBGYNs, to our women, to our families, we would repeal the entire ban as this bill was originally intended. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator French. You ready for the roll call? You're voting on the committee amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Geiger.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. You've adopted the committee amendment. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer floor amendment 0472S, and I ask to speak to it.
Senator Rosenwald offers floor amendment 0472S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me put in context that the current law that we are talking about amending right now, as enacted by the budget, never had a public hearing at all. So this replace all amendment comes directly from colleagues in the House. It is the identical language to House Bill 1609. These sponsors of that bill drafted something to remove the ultrasound requirement and add some very important exceptions to the current New Hampshire abortion ban. The amendment 0472S is not extreme. It has support from Republican House members. It would align New Hampshire's abortion ban with many other states that have abortion bans. Specifically, this amendment adds a much-needed exception for fetal diagnosis. We've heard from providers how important this is and how a substantial number of situations are not detected prior to 24 weeks. Continuing a non-viable pregnancy can lead to serious health problems for the pregnant patient. So this amendment also addresses the need to add an exception for a pregnancy that threatens the mother's health. She is not just a vessel. Her health matters too. A decision to end a pregnancy in tragic situations is not a decision that could be taken lightly. It just can't be. A woman has so many factors to consider when deciding what she will do in these moments. The advice of her partner, her family, the tenets of her faith, her experiences, her future, the advice of her caring doctor. There is no playbook when it comes to pregnancy loss. And while fortunately these situations don't happen often, when they do, they're devastating. Mr. President, these are real people in life-altering situations, and none of us would want to ever be in that situation. This amendment also adds exceptions for pregnancies resulting from rape and incest. I've heard colleagues state that a person in such a situation should have already sought out abortion care prior to 24 weeks. I think we should clarify what we know about survivors of rape and incest. We know that sexual violence affects 1 in 6 women. The trauma from rape and incest can be profound and greatly impact someone's decision-making skills. Denying exceptions for abortion for victims of rape and incest fails to address the reality of individuals who become pregnant against their will. After the loss of power and control, victims of sexual violence need to be able to regain that control over their bodies and their lives in order to heal. This cannot be possible without being supported in decision-making around their health, well-being, and safety. There is no one-size-fits-all response for victims of sexual violence. So we must add an exception for these patients, and this amendment would do that as well. I also want to address the ultrasound requirement. Providers have stated that ultrasounds are not always medically necessary for abortion care earlier in pregnant, but current law, and I know that an amendment was just passed, requires that procedure nonetheless. Not only is ultrasound prior to abortion not always considered by doctors to be the standard of care, it presents a barrier of cost to the patient. Even if commercial insurers have been advised to cover the ultrasound, patients still have deductibles, co-pays, and co-insurance. As legislators, we should not insert ourselves into the exam room when a patient receives terrible news. Women need and deserve to make the decision to end a pregnancy for themselves in consultation with their families, their faith, and their medical providers. They do not need nor deserve the government telling them what they can and cannot do in these incredibly complex circumstances. We should not force women to carry a pregnancy for up to another 16 weeks with a fetus that cannot survive or has already died. I hear my colleagues express that 24 weeks is a long time before seeking an abortion. So let's be clear that having a woman carry a pregnancy for an additional 16 weeks with a dead fetus is simply cruel. It's unconscionable. It flies in the face of what we as Granite Staters stand for. So I ask all my colleagues to support this amendment. Let's give New Hampshire the respect we all deserve to be able to make our own private health care decisions with advice only from those we solicit and not from government officials. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of Floor Amendment 0472S. Further discussion. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to remind everyone the proposed amendment would gut the bill that was passed last year and put into the budget, and it would allow late-term abortions in the state of New Hampshire right up until the birth. Thank you.
Senator Gannon. The question is on Floor Amendment 0472S. You ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Rosenwald. The roll calls on the Floor Amendment 0472S. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The floor amendment is defeated 10 to 14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to submit floor amendment 0444S and speak to my amendment.
Senator Whitley offers floor amendment 0444S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this amendment to add an exception to New Hampshire's abortion ban for a fatal fetal diagnosis. Passage of this amendment would align New Hampshire law with the concept of fetal viability, which has been and for now still is the legal standard for the time in a pregnancy when the state has the constitutional authority to restrict the procedure. While 24 weeks may represent viability for some pregnancies, the development of every pregnancy is different, and the complexities of each pregnancy require individual consideration of maternal and fetal health at all stages. But don't just take it from me. Our medical providers all across the state told us that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to assessing fetal development and viability. They told us that New Hampshire's 24-week abortion ban and lack of a fetal health exception is not based on science or standard medical care, that it does not align with the medically recognized definition of viability. We heard from my colleague from District 3, we should listen to the people in the industry when legislating their industry. Our providers told us that this could jeopardize and weaken our excellent maternal and fetal health outcomes in our state. Just this week, we all received a letter from 28 OBGYN physicians and women health care providers practicing at the Elliott Hospital in Manchester. This is what they told us, and I quote, "The 24-week abortion ban will lead to cruel and unnecessary physical and emotional harm to the women of New Hampshire." End quote. These 28 OBGYNs from the Elliott also said, and I quote, To see a woman and her loved ones hear that their baby has a lethal abnormality is distressing. To then force a woman to carry a fetus that has no chance of survival is unthinkable. No matter what decision is made, this is the hardest decision a mother has to make. We provide the medical information, and each woman knows her body and life circumstances to make a choice that is right for her and her family. No scenario is black and white, and no blanket law can justly address the needs of each woman. Fortunately, these scenarios do not happen for the majority of women. However, the impact of such laws is far-reaching. They restrict access to care when a woman needs it most, end quote. These are our medical providers, and we need to listen to them. Let's not ignore the testimony from our medical experts yet again. Failure to pass this amendment puts New Hampshire in the company of states like Mississippi and Texas, who are legislatively ignoring the viability standard just as we are. Failure to pass this amendment makes New Hampshire's abortion ban uniquely cruel to pregnant women and families who will be forced to continue non-viable pregnancies against their will. Put plainly, failure to pass this amendment robs women in unimaginably tragic situations the ability to make an informed healthcare choice in consultation with her provider and to make that decision in her home state. Throughout this process, we heard devastating testimony time and time again from providers and families who shared their experience delivering and receiving news no parent ever wants to hear. These are pregnancies that are very much wanted, where nurseries are already set up and plans have been made, and yet these issues are found much later in their pregnancy. We heard testimony that many women experiencing this anguish are often at the end of their reproductive years and perhaps have already experienced multiple challenges with fertility. To force these women to carry non-viable pregnancies against their will is truly inhumane. Families in these tragic and complex circumstances deserve our compassion and our support. And most importantly, they deserve the dignity and privacy to make a decision only the person who is pregnant can make. They do not need government overreach, and they do not need an arbitrary time limitation decided by lawmakers in budget negotiations. To illustrate the complexities involved here, I want to share Dana's story, a veterinarian and mother from Maine who learned at an ultrasound late in her pregnancy, with her husband and toddler at her side, that there was a significant fetal anomaly. That late in pregnancy ultrasound was entirely routine because she was of advanced maternal age. All prior testing had been normal: viability scan, chromosomal testing, 20-week anatomy scan, serial heart rate monitoring, all of it. This family was excited about this pregnancy, had a nursery ready, and knew they were having a boy. But they were told during the ultrasound that their baby was diagnosed with skeletal dysplasia, a lethal condition because babies with this condition cannot breathe outside of the womb. This family was sent directly to the maternal fetal medicine department at their local hospital, where they had to make the difficult decision based on what was best for their family. It was there that Dana learned that because the state they lived in had restrictions on access to reproductive health care, she needed to find care in another state, which meant significant travel and leaving her toddler behind. Dana shared the heartbreak, anger, and shame when she realized that the care she needed didn't exist in her home state. Situations like Dana's will happen in New Hampshire if we don't pass this amendment. I also spoke with a woman who didn't feel comfortable sharing her story in public, but told it to me so that I could share it with all of you. In 2019, this woman, a New Hampshire resident, became pregnant with a very much wanted and hoped for baby girl. Then, in her 5th month of pregnancy, she was blindsided to learn at a routine ultrasound that her daughter had fetal impairments impacting her brain and spinal cord. Her family took that information and had at least 2 different consultations with some of the best doctors in the world. This family experienced sleepless nights and unending tears, eventually made the incredibly heartbreaking decision to end the pregnancy. Once they made this heartbreaking decision, she was fortunate that her OB practice had one doctor willing and able to perform the procedure within the provided timeline. But as any parent knows, every pregnancy is different and absolutely nothing is predictable. The clock ticks as you wait for testing. It ticks as you wait for referrals. It ticks as you wait for second opinions. It ticks as you wait for the availability of specialists, and that clock even ticks as you wait for a doctor's holiday schedule. Pregnancy isn't always smooth, and you don't always have control on timing. This New Hampshire mother shared with me that the decision she made was ultimately out of love for her children and based on the unique abilities, challenges, and needs of her own little family. But she also experienced acute grief, loneliness, and shame that this issue was so politicized. She was grateful for a supportive family and community, but wanted to share that abortion access cannot simply be boiled down to caring for life or not caring for life. Now, we also heard testimony from providers who have supported women and their families, who have decided to carry pregnancies to term, regardless of the anomaly or prognosis. And what is important here is that the women and families are able to choose what is right for them. Medical care must be guided by sound science and by individual needs, not legislative restrictions and political ideology. Last year's extreme and unpopular abortion ban slid into our state budget and signed by Governor Sununu was a direct attack on women's reproductive health and freedom. It also aligned New Hampshire with the national effort to take down Roe v. Wade. In 2019, Governor Sununu was willing to veto a budget and shut down the government over business taxes. But in 2021, he was not willing to do the same thing to protect women's reproductive rights against a cruel abortion ban. Granite State women deserve better, and we have the opportunity to right part of this wrong with the passage of this amendment. I implore my colleagues to join me in supporting this amendment to demonstrate that we trust and empower New Hampshire women to make ethical, loving, and deeply personal decisions for themselves and for their families. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is the adoption of Floor Amendment 0444S. Further discussion? You ready for the Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. President. As I said earlier, when we had this discussion on the proposed late-term abortion plan last year, we discussed this. I think we had a really good discussion in this chamber, and a lot of very, very important points were made. But there's a couple things that were said that I think I really need to address. And the first was that viability was not a standard that was issued in Roe versus Wade. In fact, Roe versus Wade only addressed abortion in the first trimester only. And secondly, there's been a lot of polling done on this particular issue. And 61% of Americans from across this country think abortion should be legal in the first trimester. But 65% believe that abortion should be illegal in the second and third trimester of a pregnancy. So I'd just like to kind of throw that out there, that I don't believe New Hampshire and this bill is out of tune with the rest of the country. We are talking about a late-term abortion. We are not talking about an abortion in the first trimester. Just recently, there was an article in the New York Times about tests that pregnant women are given, and oftentimes those results are totally inaccurate. A woman is told that the baby something's wrong with the baby, and the woman will go ahead and they will abort the child. And the baby was healthy. There was nothing wrong with it. So I think we need to be cognizant of that fact as well. But the one thing that I have to say that disturbs me the most about this is that the fact there is a fetus, a baby, that might have a health issue, whether it's something small or it's something big. Who gets to make the determination about life? Whether or not that child, that handicapped, that disabled child, has the right to live. I feel they do. Our disabled citizens of this state give so much to our state. They are not an impediment. They are not something that just needs to be gotten rid of. I speak as the parent of a child. She's now an adult who had those types of serious health issues, spinal cord injury. She's paralyzed. Would you like me all to reiterate what her healthcare status is? But never in my imagination would I ever believe that I had the right to kill her because she was disabled. This is something that's entirely foreign to me. And why people would make this argument, where does this idea come from? That you have the right to terminate a pregnancy because there's something wrong with the fetus. There's something wrong. We are not that as a society. We are not those people. And it's really, quite frankly, offensive to me to sit and listen. But Mr. President, we all have our opinions. And I'm voicing my personal opinion here this afternoon. I'm asking all of you to say no to this amendment. Children that are born with disabilities or have disabilities have the right to life as everyone else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. President. There seems to be some confusion about what we're talking about. What Senator Whitley is talking about is a termination of pregnancy because the fetus is non-viable. To continue that pregnancy in a non-viable, not disabled, but non-viable fetus puts the mother at increased risk. Not increased risk of just a complication of pregnancy, but a complication of pregnancy that could result in the death of the mother. So just to be clear, what Senator Whitley is discussing and what this amendment addresses is not disability. This addresses extreme anomalies in the fetus that could threaten the life of the mother and could prolong the suffering of the fetus. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sherman. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 0444S. Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Birdsall. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Guida.
No.
Senator Hennessy, I didn't hear your yes. Okay. And then Senator Guida.
No.
Okay.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters. Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Abar.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Sherman.
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. The amendment's defeated 11 to 13. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 440S. This would be to remove the criminal penalties section.
Senator Prentiss offers floor amendment 0440S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise to offer floor amendment 0440S. This amendment would remove the criminal penalties levied on reproductive health care providers that were passed in the statute within the budget last year. With these criminal penalties in place, abortion care is the only medical practice in the state of New Hampshire for which violations would be prosecuted as felonies, with the potential for 7 years in prison and up to $100,000 in fines. We have heard from public health experts that this abortion ban will have negative impacts on the healthcare landscape in New Hampshire. When this new law was being debated last year, nearly 200 New Hampshire healthcare providers expressed their opposition, and we did hear earlier today this afternoon, from my colleague from District 15 about the letter that we've all received from the OB providers at the Elliott Hospital in Manchester. This is already a state with a shrinking population of OB/GYN providers. During my time as Chief of Emergency Medical Services for the state of New Hampshire, I worked alongside a group of physicians, obstetricians, and we worked in the North Country with hospitals and local EMS providers to prepare them for how to manage obstetrical emergencies in the presence of no local maternity unit. At that time, I thought this was just a rural problem, and it is a rural problem. However, we have seen this maternity deserts grow into more urban populated areas. 10 delivery units have closed in the past 20 years in New Hampshire, and most recently at the Parkland Medical Center in Derry. I learned last year from the high-risk obstetrical practice providers at DHMC that they had struggled to recruit high-risk specialists for their Bedford practice, and that they had been rotating providers out of Lebanon and Hanover who were staying in hotels or maybe with friends so that women and their babies statewide, especially that were at high risk, had coverage, had care. New Hampshire trains 4 OB/GYN residents per year, and certainly we want those residents to seek positions and practice medicine, obstetrical, GYN medicine here in New Hampshire. Now they will think twice and will plan to work outside of New Hampshire, damaging a pipeline for replacing an aging and shrinking OB/GYN practice throughout our state. My greatest fear could become a reality when we won't be able to fill these important roles. Why would you want to work in a state that second guesses your medical judgment, a legislature that second guesses your medical judgment and would prosecute you for caring for a woman at this most critical time? Criminalizing healthcare providers for providing compassionate care that's in line with their medical expertise and judgment and the best interests of their patients is cruel, regressive, and will have a chilling effect on the provision of critically needed health care in this state. I would urge you to support this floor amendment and do the right thing by our providers who are trying to do the right thing by their patients, our constituents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0440S. Roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator French. You ready for the roll call? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel,
No.
Senator D'Alessandro,
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka,
Yes.
Senator Gannon,
No.
Senator Sherman,
Yes.
Senator Morse.
No. Floor amendments defeated 10 to 14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer floor amendment 0452S and would like to speak to my amendment.
Senator Soucy offers floor amendment 0452S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment would create an exception to the ban on abortions after 24 weeks for victims of rape or incest who have become pregnant as a result of their attack and personal violation. Mr. President, we've heard arguments over and over that 24 weeks should be enough time for victims of rape or incest to make such a critical decision. But what we need to remember is that 41% of reported sexual assaults in New Hampshire happen to individuals under the age of 18, happen to children, some of our most vulnerable citizens. The most recent New Hampshire data available shows that almost 800 people under the age of 18 were served by New Hampshire crisis centers in just 1 year. These situations represent a nexus between abortion access and the unthinkable realities of sexual violence and abuse. Not every sexual assault survivor has easy access to care, a trusted provider, or even the support of another individual to get them through this horrific crisis. In cases of rape and incest, the patient, the victim, is facing oppressive psychological trauma, and she may not be able to get away to access the care that she really needs. This is not a decision that any woman takes lightly, and these women are in absolute distress. We want to be able to provide compassionate care to these women, to these children who have been victims of brutal and violent sexual assault. And the last thing we should be doing is once again stripping them of the control of their own lives and the right to their bodily autonomy. These are people, these are women, these are children who have, in cases, been brutalized. Please, I urge my colleagues to pass this amendment so that we can at least ensure there's some degree of support for these victims. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The question is the adoption of floor amendment 0452S. Discussion? Senator Gannon.
Question for Senator Soucy.
Senator Soucy?
So if your amendment passed, I just want to understand, a healthy, viable baby could be aborted right up to birth? I appreciate the woman's position. I also appreciate a viable baby being aborted between months 7, 8, and 9. So is that what your amendment would do? A woman, it would be her choice after that, up to
Senator
birth.
Gannon, what my amendment would do would be to provide the opportunity for an abortion for women and children who have been violently assaulted. Yes.
Thank you, Senator.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0452. Roll call requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator French. You ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
No.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentiss.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator French.
No.
Senator Ward.
No.
Senator Ricciardi.
No.
Senator Khan.
Yes.
Senator Daniels.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No.
Senator Whitley.
Yes.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Senator Reagan.
No.
Senator Soucy.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
No.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
No.
Senator Sherman?
Yes.
Senator Morse?
No. The floor amendments defeated 10 to 14. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendments. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 399. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in opposition to passage of the bill as amended. There are some who may feel that making this slight change is somehow an improvement or recognition of new information, and yet I still see that it really makes no difference to this intrusive and forced ultrasound and doesn't address the underlying assault on reproductive freedom. Indeed, as amended, I was recalling the remarks I made about my grandmother, who in 1919 was forced to carry a dead fetus to term. And I guess now what this, if it passes, would say, well, yes, you'll get an ultrasound that shows that indeed your fetus is dead, but you will continue to carry that fetus anyways. And I recall well the rest of the debate last spring, particularly around this issue of the forced and intrusive ultrasound, that it was held up as the very foundation of this bill. It was the linchpin, that without this, we wouldn't be able to understand or trust or know whether providers or others or the women were being accurate about the age of the duration of gestation. So it was held up as really the moral foundation of the bill. And while I objected so much to this bill itself, at that time I thought, well, I do understand colleagues who are coming forward from deep moral beliefs and religious principles to support this bill and therefore the very necessity of the intrusive and forced ultrasound. And we heard in that debate, and we had information provided to us before that debate about concerns over ultrasounds. We were fully informed at that time. There's been no new information about that. And while, as I said, I mean, my bottom and fundamental belief here as a senator is I respect the deeply held moral and religious principles of all of my colleagues, I do hear people asking, is today's vote then, is today's vote because of those values or because of political expediency? And those who are changing their vote today on this matter, people are asking, was it then, back in the spring, a matter of political expediency, or was it a matter of moral and religious values? Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to reiterate why this amendment is here. My good friend from Senate District, and I think it's 5, maybe, Senator Waters? I'm not sure. It's easier in the chamber when we know where everyone sits. It's kind of hard to determine. Okay, it's Senate. Maybe we should all just hold up our fingers like we know what district we represent. But anyway, again, thank you very much, good senator from District 4. I would have to disagree with my colleague about getting rid of this this particular amendment, this procedure, because of political expediency. It's not political to listen to people. It's not political to represent people. We discussed at length, again, last year in the springtime, the issue of this late-term abortion ban and the issue of ultrasounds. And we defended that position. At the time, we thought it was a good position, a good thing to do, because we wanted to make sure that the fetus was of a certain age where The woman was not going to have an issue about having the abortion, and the provider, the healthcare provider doing the procedure, was going to be protected as well. But we listened to the people of the state of New Hampshire who were not happy with this issue. We listened to the providers who were not happy with this. We listened to the arguments about government coming in between a woman and her physician. And we said, okay, we're going to leave it up to the doctor to determine the age of the fetus. That's not retreating from a position. Is it a little bit of a change? Yes, it is. But it's a change based on listening to what the people of New Hampshire had to say. We represent the people. We heard the people, and we've introduced this amendment, and the committee supported it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Carson. The question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 399 FN. A roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Gannon. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters. Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward. Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes.
13-10.
The bill passes 13 to 11. Senator Bradley.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President. I think a member cast the incorrect vote, so I would move reconsideration. Thank you.
Senator Bradley moves reconsideration. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, we'll try again. A roll call was requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator French. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
Yes.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
Senator Waters. Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. Senate Bill 399 ought to pass as amended is adopted 14 to 10. Senate will be attentive to the clerk. Ordered to third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 431 FN, an act relative to child support in cases with equal or approximately equal parenting schedules. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 431 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill establishes methods for adjustment of child support for equal or approximately equal parenting residential responsibilities. Mr. President, last year, the Senate Judiciary Committee had a number of bills dealing with child support. And at that time, a commitment was made by a group of individuals that they were going to work on this particular issue. And this bill that we have in front of us today is a result of the work that was done by this child support working group, who have been looking at these issues for several years. The language ensures that child support should be fair to the child, should result in a reasonable lifestyle in each home for the child, should be understandable even to self-represented parties, should distinguish between the cases where the guidelines are appropriate and cases where adjustments are appropriate, and that any bill should continue the long-standing requirement that an equal or approximately equal parenting schedule must be in place in the order to be considered for an adjustment. The committee amended the bill to change the effective date to be January 1st, 2023, in order to give the court enough time to update the forms and procedures needed for this bill. This bill will create clarity in an area of law where it is needed, giving parents the guidelines they need, reducing litigation, and creating clear expectations for the process. Therefore, the majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support in the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 431 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Question is the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 431. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and it's ordered to the Committee on Finance. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 436 FN, Act relative to access to abortion care. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Mr. President, thank you again. I move Senate Bill 436 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would establish the state policy regarding access to abortion care. In the state of New Hampshire, we currently have in place a very, very moderate policy surrounding a woman's right to access abortion care. There's no reason to codify into statute a concept that we already and continue to address throughout our RSAs. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins-Coker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise today to urge you to overturn this committee report of ITL on SB 436. This bill, the Access to Abortion Care Act, is a thoughtful, necessary, and popular bill. For those of you who are less familiar with the bill, the general idea is that it codifies into law Roe v. Wade, the landmark case that made abortion legal in all 50 states nearly a half-century ago, before I was born. If SB 436 is passed into law, abortion would remain safe, legal, and accessible in most cases in New Hampshire, regardless of what happens at the U.S. Supreme Court. It's also important to note that while I remain deeply opposed to the 24-week ban and mandatory ultrasound requirement passed last year, the legislation before you does not seek to repeal or amend the ban in any way or any existing New Hampshire abortion restrictions. This legislation specifically honors existing state law and does not seek to override it. What it does seek to do is enshrine in our state statutes the right to a safe and legal abortion up to 24 weeks of pregnancy. I have heard from many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that they support Roe v. Wade. Well, here is your chance to show that support. Passage of this bill means that we would join 15 other states and the District of Columbia in protecting abortion rights. All of our neighboring states affirmatively recognize and protect the right to an abortion in their state law: Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New York. For years, I have heard, we don't need this in New Hampshire. We are a unique state that values privacy and has bipartisan support for abortion rights. And for many years, that was indeed the case. But friends, we can all recognize the times have changed. We need it now. We are on the verge of this country overturning 50 years of the constitutional right to a safe and legal abortion. I look around this room, proud to see so many women in office, so many mothers like me sitting in these seats. And I know that the makeup of this room is only possible because women have been able to take hold of their futures by controlling their own destiny, and that includes being able to decide when and if they have a family. This position I am in, that we are all in as state senators, is humbling, and I'm grateful for the ability to make choices, including about my family, that allowed me to be here. But come June, if Roe v. Wade is overturned, we in New Hampshire will no longer be able to ignore the new reality of the altered landscape of care. Providers in New Hampshire are preparing for a world where many patients, those who can afford it, will leave their states to receive service. Our providers have told us they've already seen patients from Texas at their health centers. Abortion bans create domino effects. Those who do have the means to travel out of state and are met with overloaded health centers in border states. This then pushes other residents out of state to get timely care for themselves when they are already in distress. This will become the new reality. Here in New Hampshire, we've also watched 4 executive counselors dismantle this entire state family planning program that the legislature has continually funded in the state budget. I don't believe that everyone in this room wants to see this reality. I believe that you have daughters and that you have granddaughters who you want to protect, who you want to see grow and thrive. We cannot put our heads in the sand and say that New Hampshire won't be affected. We have an opportunity to do what's right for Granite Staters, and passage of SB 436 will make it clear that abortion remains safe, legal, and accessible in New Hampshire, no matter what the Supreme Court decides. I know that this is a personal issue. I know some of you are uncomfortable even hearing about this bill or talking about an abortion. Emotions can run high and beliefs are strong, and that is okay. But our job is to put aside our personal beliefs and do what is best for our constituents and for the future of our state. We must trust women and healthcare providers. We must remember that our Granite State values of personal privacy and individual liberty are strong. And we must recognize that the vast majority of our country and our state support abortion rights. It's actually not a divisive issue at all. If you look at poll after poll, it's one of the only issues that a majority of Democrats, Republicans, and independents support. But most importantly, this is about real people. This is about future generations. It's about my daughters, knowing that they live in a state that values people's dignity and values privacy. By passing this bill, we could tell Granite Staters that we understand what is at stake in this country, and that we understand it is not the job of politicians to be making these highly personal decisions for their constituents. We are saying that we value and respect women. I have no doubt you've all gotten many messages on this bill. I urge this body to listen to our constituents and join them and the dozens of healthcare advocacy and provider groups like New Futures and the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology who support this bill. Please vote no on the committee recommendation of ITL. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins Coker. Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge this body to overturn the committee report and vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 436 to protect the future of abortion access in New Hampshire. Many of you might think that abortion won't ever be banned entirely in New Hampshire, but I would ask you to look around the country. It's already happening. States are not waiting for the Supreme Court's decision before passing abortion restrictions. Right now, in state houses across the country, there are bills being introduced for 6, 8, 15-week bans. Florida, Arizona, West Virginia, Missouri, Arkansas, South Dakota, and Indiana are debating these bills right now. As a woman still in my reproductive years, as a mother, and as a Granite Stater, I'm terrified about what the future of abortion access looks like across the country, as well as here in our home state. I'm terrified politicians will be able to decide the course of my future. and the future of an entire generation. I'm terrified politicians will be able to force me and my contemporaries to carry pregnancies against our will. This is ultimate government overreach, and it feels dystopian. We are not legislating on a hypothetical here, and this is not hyperbole. Without question, we're at a crisis moment in our country because Roe v. Wade will very likely be overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court in June. As someone born after Roe was decided, I could never have imagined we'd be in this place, but we are. It's hard to imagine that a generation of women behind me, some of your daughters and your granddaughters, will not have the same rights I had. Rights our mothers and grandmothers fought so hard for. Rights that allowed me to go to college, go to law school, marry my equal, build a career I'm deeply proud of, run for office, and have a child who I adore above all else when I was ready to be his mother. To be perfectly clear, abortion bans are stepping stones. 24 weeks becomes 20, becomes 15, becomes 6, becomes a ban on abortion entirely. Even this session, our colleagues in the House are considering an extreme 6-week abortion ban. That is the goal. That is the playbook. And frankly, the playbook has been successful in eroding reproductive rights around the country and here in New Hampshire. As a native Granite Stater, I could never have imagined that New Hampshire, a state whose identity is so deeply rooted in individual freedom, would have an abortion ban, but here we are. I could never have imagined that I would spend my first term in office fighting against abortion bans and fighting for abortion access, but here we are. But we have the opportunity to stop that playbook. Now is the time to do the right thing. Now is the time to enact state protections to ensure that abortion remains safe, legal, and accessible, no matter what happens to Roe. We also need this bill to help protect our fragile maternal health care system here in New Hampshire. We heard from the medical community that enshrining the right to have an abortion into state law is an important factor for future providers. We know how uncertain the future is for reproductive health and rights in New Hampshire. If a person wants to be an OBGYN, they are likely looking around at states where their profession is respected and their decisions are trusted. But as states ban abortions and criminalize their profession, why would the best and brightest want to be in these hostile states? We heard this directly from DHHS Commissioner Shibinet at an October 27 Executive Council meeting. When asked about our fragile maternal health care system, she replied, I quote, "I think that it makes sense that specialty and subspecialty providers would typically settle in states that are more supportive and less restrictive around family planning and abortion. The more restrictive we become, the less attractive New Hampshire becomes for those specialties," end quote. This is unacceptable. To compete in a modern world, to attract young people to New Hampshire, we have to do something. Every Granite Stater should have access to the health care they need, including abortion, without governmental interference. In the coming year, as the Supreme Court most definitely sends the right to an abortion back to the individual state legislatures, each individual state will need to make a decision to continue to chip away at reproductive rights and pass abortion bans, like we are seeing in Texas, Florida, and Ohio right now, or to protect abortion access. What will our decision be? The power that we hold is to build New Hampshire policy that shapes future generations, that supports a modern workforce to compete in a modern economy. We do not need to wait to see what the Supreme Court decides. Since when do we wait for DC before we stand up for Granite Staters. We have the opportunity today, right now, in Senate Bill 436, which proactively protects abortion access in New Hampshire and still preserves what the majority passed last year. If you believe that every individual should have the right to make personal, private health care choices, you should support this bill. If you support nearly 50 years of Supreme Court jurisprudence on abortion access, you should support this bill. If you are pro-choice, you should support this bill. And if you care about privacy, you should support this bill. This should be a very easy vote for you. Granite Staters are counting on us, and they are watching us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Soucy requests a roll call. Senator French seconds. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Hennessy.
No.
Senator Gaida.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
No.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator French.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Khan.
No.
Senator Daniels.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Kavanaugh.
No.
Senator Reagan.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Sherman.
No.
Senator Morse.
Yes. The inexpedient motion is defeated 12-12. Senator Bradley. Senator Carson.
Move to table.
The motion is to table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've tabled Senate Bill 436. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 315L, an act directing that a portion of revenue distributions from the Meals and Rooms Municipal Revenue Fund to be used by municipalities to reduce the local property tax rate. Having considered the same, the committee recommends the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-1. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to table.
Motion is to table. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. You've tabled Senate Bill 315. Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 316 FN, an act relative to Lucky 7 licenses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Hennessy for the committee.
Senator Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 316 FN ought to pass with amendment. The bill makes a technical change with regard to how charitable gaming prize money is paid out that will simplify the process for all involved. Rather than a charity having to write a check for any prize over $4.99, they will now be able to pay that prize following the W-2G requirements of the IRS. The bill will also allow charity gaming facilities or poker rooms to sell Lucky 7 tickets without also having to offer bingo games. The committee heard testimony that most people at these facilities do not want to play bingo. However, they do want to purchase Lucky 7 tickets. Any loss of bingo revenue due to having fewer games would be de minimis and more than offset by the Lucky 7 sales, most of which goes directly to the charities. The committee amendment simply extends the hours during which Lucky 7 tickets can be sold in order to be consistent with the extended hours soon to be authorized under SB 318 FN for games of chance. Please support the motion of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hennessy. The motion is ought to pass with amendment. The bill is on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendments? Senator Rosenwald.
President, I'd like to move Amendment 0371S and speak to it.
Senator Rosenwald offers floor amendment 0371S and may speak to her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I offer this amendment with my colleague from the other part of Nashua and District 12. This floor amendment does not do anything to Section 1 of the bill, which is the technical change on the prize payout. But what it does on line 4 is just clarify that the charitable casinos will be authorized to sell the electronic Lucky 7 tickets. These are the only ones they have interest in selling, and the only ones that the bingo halls, let's say, do not want to sell. So the bingo halls only want to sell the paper tickets. They will be allowed to do that. And the casinos only want to sell the electronic version. They will be allowed to do that. Everybody's happy. And down at the bottom of this amendment, we offer just different language to allow Lucky 7 tickets to be sold during all authorized hours that the casinos are opened. So in the contingency that the next bill coming up does not eventually become law, the casinos will still be able to sell Lucky 7 tickets during all the hours they're open. Thank you. I hope you'll all vote for it.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Senator D'Alessandro to the amendment.
I'll speak afterwards, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Question
President.
is on the adoption of floor amendment 0371S. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've adopted the floor amendment. Senator D'Alessandro.
President, I'm going to take us on a little trip down memory lane and try to enunciate clearly and succinctly what I've seen happen in this state in 50 years. In 1973, Ernie Baca, a representative from Derry, had an idea. The idea was, let's have a Lucky 7 ticket. Paper ticket to be sold at bingo games, 25 cents. The Lucky 7 ticket went over a period of time from 25 cents to 50 cents, from 50 cents to $1. Now, in those days, most of these games were conducted by churches, and the bingo games were held in church halls, and all of the proceeds went to the parish or to those who were conducting the games. All of a sudden, times have changed, and now we're saying in this piece of legislation, we have machines now that sell Lucky 7 machines. We have nice slot machines, and these slot machines are accepted by our casinos, our non-existent casinos, because we don't have any casinos, really. We don't have casinos. We've never been able to enact a law to have a casino, but we have 16 of them. And these casinos, they don't want paper tickets. They want machines so that you can get the count up to 7,000 and keep playing the machine, keep playing the machine. At the same time, the bingo halls don't want the machines because the people like the paper tickets and they like the 25-cent tickets, where the other people want the dollar plays because the dollar plays gives you more activity for the gambler. My resentment to this is we have said under the guise of charitable gaming, we'll do all of these things. We'll have casinos that don't exist, and when we wanted a casino, we couldn't get it. And by the way, this Senate passed the casino bill over and over and over again. So we don't have casinos, but we have casinos. We don't have slot machines, but we have slot machines. We have paper tickets because we've had the paper tickets for 50 years. The only thing is we've increased it from 25 cents to 50 cents to $1. What's the next one going to be? The $2 ticket? And we've increased the number of the number of items that are in a play from the 3,500 to 7,000. So that's what we're doing here. And to me, it's hypocritical, to be honest with you. When we say we don't have these things, and we do have these things, and we keep increasing the play. Now, I drive into Concord every day, like most of you do, and I drive by a van that's parked next to an establishment that says Concord Casino. But we don't have casinos. So what is this, a figment of my imagination? And I can go into this non-casino casino and I can play slot machines that we don't have. So the invisible nature of the business has become visible. And we are giving more visibility. Mr. President, I'm sure this will pass and we'll move forward. But when I think of what we suggested 20 years ago and what's happening now, it really gets my attention. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I think we understand that, Senator D. The bill is on second reading. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 316. You ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. You've adopted 316 as Senate Bill 316 as amended. It's ordered to third reading. Without objection, we will special order the remainder of the calendar to the next session. There are 4 bills, 318, 338, 343, and 435. Senator Carson, can you close out the session for me?
I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator D'Alessandro?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, because of the fact that we cannot have guests at our sessions, I would like to read a resolution that everyone in the Senate has signed honoring Sean McDonald, who's the retiring head football coach at the University of New Hampshire. So I would like a point of personal privilege in order to do this.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. As some of you know, Sean McDonald has retired as the head football coach at the University of New Hampshire after 23 years. So I read this resolution, a resolution recognizing Sean McDonald. Whereas Sean McDonald, a 1978 graduate of the University of New Hampshire, was a standout defensive back for UNH football, starting for the 1975 and 1976 Yankee Conference championship teams, and came back to start for the 1978 squad. And whereas Sean McDonald, nicknamed Coach Mac, served as the head football coach at the University of New Hampshire Wildcats football program from 1999 to 2021. And whereas Sean McDonald, a native of Saratoga Springs, New York, guided the Wildcats to 14 consecutive winning seasons with 6 double-digit win totals and a berth in the NCAA Division I Football Championship Subdivision Tournament, each of those 14 years in a remarkable stretch that lasted from 2004 to 2017. And whereas Sean McDonald won the Eddie Robinson Award in 2005 and 2014, given annually to the top head coach in the NCAA Division I Football Championship Subdivision. And whereas Sean McDonald's coaching accolades also include an AFCA National Coach of the Year 2014, an AFCA District Coach of the Year 2004, 2005, 2012, 2014, and a CAA Coach of the Year 2004 and 2014. The New England Football Writers Coach of the Year 2005, 2008, 2010, 2012, and 2014. And whereas the Gridiron Club of Greater Boston Head Coach of the Year in 2000, 2004, 2009, and 2012. And whereas in 2013, McDonald was honored by the Joe Ukeka, New Hampshire chapter of the National Football Foundation with the Andy Meridian Award for his contributions to amateur football. And whereas Sean McDonald ranks third all-time in Colonial Athletic Association victories and second all-time wins at the University of New Hampshire. And whereas Sean McDonald is one of 13 FCS coaches with over 150 wins all-time as a head coach. And whereas Sean McDonald announced his retirement on December 1st, 2021, at the conclusion of his 30th year as a coach for New Hampshire and his 23rd year as head coach of the program. Now, therefore, the New Hampshire State Senate extends its congratulations to Sean McDonald on an outstanding coaching career at the University of New Hampshire and further extends its best wishes for a happy and healthy retirement. Signed by every member of this New Hampshire Senate, attested to by Tammy Wright, and I'll present this to him when I get to see him. Sean is a remarkable guy. As we know, he had a very serious health problem, had to get out of coaching for a year to recover. I talked to him last week. He's in full recovery. He's in very good shape, and we wish him nothing but the best. What he's done at the university is quite remarkable. It's quite remarkable, and I'm privileged to know him. He coached my children when he was teaching at Parkside Junior High School before we went back to the university, and we wish him all the best. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further announcements to come before the Senate? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? Okay. I recognize Senator Bradley for a motion.
Thank you again, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.